You know, at some point, I'm actually going to figure out how to actually do a mic test before going live. Oh, damn. Hey, Lemon. How's it going? That's so sweet. I missed you too. It's been a while. It's good to see you again. I'm glad you could hop on. Also, congratulations on nailing first. You broke the stream cherry, so to speak. Hey, what up 180? How's everything going? You are headed on a road to sleepy times. Okay, hey. That's cool. I'm going to be reading you some bedtime stories, so if you want to just kind of hang out and doze off, by all means, feel free. You know how it goes. Also, 180, congratulations on nailing second. So, how's everybody doing tonight? Actually, let me remember to click post and send out an actual tweet saying that I've gone live. Go figure. Actually acting like a pro streamer for a change. Or something like that. But anyway, hello, welcome, and good evening, good morning, whatever time of day it is for you. I am Chris Edu, and welcome to another episode of Just Chill and Relaxing Streams. Tonight, we're going to go ahead and kick back, and I'm going to be reading some bedtime stories, or I guess daytime stories, if you are like, you know, in that time zone where it's the middle of the day instead of middle of the night. But I'm going to be reading a few chapters from a couple of different stories today. And just kind of kicking back. Also, I do requests and whatever else. So if you guys want to hear like different lines, or if you want to hear like specific things, I'm always down for that. But other than that, I figure this is just another nice sleepy time type stream, where we're just going to be nice and chill and just relax. Where you guys can kick back, fall asleep, doze off, that kind of thing. Or feel free to come hang with me and chat, whatever works. So, uno momento, por favor. Okay, so let me go ahead and get the title card up for the first one, for this first story that I'm going to be reading from. I decided to pick two of them today, and I am going to be reading from two different books. First one is I've Been Killing Slimes for 300 Years and Maxed Out My Level. And then the other one is The Haunted Bookstore. So, also excuse my voice a little bit. It's kind of a little, I don't know, flaky today or something like that. So, I'm trying to stay hydrated and everything else like that. But it's just kind of one of those things. I probably need to spend more time warming up my voice before getting on or something, but it's just, it is what it is. I had that massive bout of laryngitis after I first kind of started streaming last year that took me out for like over a month and a half, where I couldn't really speak. Like I started streaming and I guess I just jumped right in whole hog, and my vocal cords did not like that. So I've been rehabbing or something like that. I don't know. But anyway, I've been kind of recovering, taking time, going back in and out. So, hey, what up, Bez? Come. Oh, wait. I gotta set that up. So, how's it going? How's it going? Actually, I had to take the bot down because I think that what happened was Twitch changed up the API. So the event API no longer is working the same way that it used to. And because I guess when they implemented the alerts, they changed all that up. So the bot stopped authenticating and kind of like, reading from the API. So I got to go ahead and probably recode that part, which kind of makes sense considering the fact that there were a lot of people writing bots and stuff and using the old API, and they did say that the parts of the API were going to be deprecated, but there was no real notice saying that part that I was using was going to go tank. So it's okay, more code. So anyway, today we're doing bedtime stories. Hopefully, I don't know how the sound and the music is. Hope that works for you guys. I figure I'm gonna have enough time to read a few chapters from 2 different books today. And again, if you like these stories, by all means, go ahead and hit them up, pick them up, and have a listen or have a watch. Because, well, at least I know that Slimes has an anime. The other one, Haunted Bookstore, does not. Actually, I'm gonna just put it in the title card here. I don't know if I can put the whole title in. Yep, they both fit. Okay. Alrighty. And also, by the way, thanks. Yep, glad I'm back. Glad to be back. Obviously I've been gone for a while. Been dealing with a bunch of IRL issues and stuff, so it's been a little rough over on my end. Hopefully I'll be back more as things get a bit more stable and stuff. But I'm still kind of riding that wave. But it doesn't feel the same. Like you do something long enough, you get kind of attached to it and you just get used to the routine. I guess streaming at this point now, I enjoy it enough where I actually miss and go through withdrawal if I haven't done it enough. It's like, must stream. Something like that, I don't know. But anyway. So, without further ado, why don't I just go ahead and get into this? So, some of you guys, if you aren't familiar, I like to do, on Thursdays, I like doing, reading streams. I'll do things like read custom lines, I'll read scripts, and, I also sometimes, read series and books and stuff. I will actually be reading, I'll be continuing the Cure and Rise Cast a Shadow series. I've been kind of holding off on that for a little bit, just, again, road testing and getting everything back. Trying to get, make sure that my voice is kind of back up in tune. Hey, Selene, good to see you. How you doing? Long time no see. How is everything? Ooh, a posture check and a stretch. Good point. How's everything going? Hope you are having a good day, or a good day, good night. You actually finished your design. I am so looking forward to seeing the new design and stuff. Have you already put it out? Have you already like put on the model, I guess you could say? I'm gonna definitely have to go ahead and check out your stream, check out your VODs and stuff to see how the new model looks and everything. Oh, you haven't? I can't wait. So when you're ready, post it up. Yeah, I haven't seen you in a while, so hope everything's going well on your side, and hopefully you can go ahead and get up on streaming at some point too. So I'm looking forward to seeing it. So any of you guys who aren't familiar, a lot of friends on here. First of all, Bez is a great streamer, and he is, you know, my favorite spider buddy. By all means, definitely drop him a follow. Go ahead, check him out. You know, he loves playing a bunch of different games and stuff like that, and just kind of hanging out and doing like a lot of stuff. It's fun, like, you know, hanging out on his stream and everything. And also Selene, I know she said that she hadn't streamed in a while, but definitely if you haven't seen her as well, you know, she actually does, like, you know, some great models, and, you know, it's a lot of fun watching her on stream and everything as well too. So by all means, she's just finished her model and stuff as well, so I'm looking forward to seeing what the new one looks like. And you know, while I'm at it, I got one more that I want to go ahead and drop a load on. He hasn't said anything. I know he's probably working in the band, got me in the background or something like that, which is okay. But let me just drop one more shout out here for, you know, ye old protractor. So the full 180. The full 180, he plays a lot of Monster Hunter. So if you love that game, definitely go check him out and stuff. Great guy. Let's see here. Oh, my first ad block is going to be coming up in about a couple of minutes, so... But anyway, let me go ahead and kind of warm up and get to the first story, which is, again, I've been killing slimes for 300 years and maxed out my level. Okay, give me a second here. Trying to stay hydrated and everything, because again, you know, my voice is being a little goofy today, so again, pardon the scuff. By the scuff, I really mean my voice being kind of a little bit on the scratchy side tonight. Anyway, so prologue. Sorry about that. Azusa Aizawa, 27, female, single, corporate wage slave. I lived for my job and only for my job. I set aside romance, leisure, and everything else for the daily slog. My record was 50 consecutive workdays. I wonder what happened to the Labor Standards Act. One day, while I was working away, I blacked out. When I opened my eyes again, I saw the face of a young woman. She appeared to have angel wings or something like them. Oh, I died, didn't I? In the end, my life had been empty of everything except punching the clock. I didn't know whether this individual was an angel or a grim reaper, but she was probably something along those lines. That's right. You worked too much, and it killed you in your 20s. You poor thing. The girl pitied me. She must have been a kind person. Though this could never truly make up for it, I will ensure that your next life has a potential to bring you sheer happiness. What sort of power would you like? If you wish, you could be reborn as a royal princess. Oh, and either gender is fine. You are free to choose nearly anything. I can wish for anything? Really? Yes, I have a habit of indulging women, you see. Isn't that gender inequality? Well, I suppose I'd rather have fewer restrictions than more. Make me completely immortal then, if you would. That was what I wished for. Work had run me ragged until the end of a short life, so for this round, I wanted to take my time. In that case, I'll reincarnate you in a body that circulates mana so you won't age. Evidently, she could just do things like that. Fantastic. Do you have any other requests? No, that's enough for me. You sure? Yes. What I want is a long, slow, laid-back life. I'd like to be self-sufficient for the basics and live up in the mountain or somewhere similar. Then, if I could help out in a nearby village in exchange for things like salt that are harder to come by, I'm not sure I could ask for more. I'd lived in metropolitan Tokyo, so I wanted a carefree existence in a house in the mountains. Granted, all I'd seen of that metropolis was the route between my apartment and my office, so I couldn't exactly claim to have had my fill of the big city life, but still. I can see how hard your former life must have been. Alright, I'll give you a fresh start with eternal youth in the peaceful highlands. I'm sure you didn't intend to request a long life as an old lady, so let's make you immortal at 17. My consciousness faded out again. When I awoke, I was lying on a high plain. There was a single house nearby. As I approached, I noticed a sign posted on the door. Interestingly enough, although it couldn't have been in Japanese, I could somehow read it. This has been our house for a long time, but we're going to move in with our son and his wife, who live in town. If anyone wants it, they're welcome to it. We've left the door unlocked. What incredibly generous people. Luck is really on my side. No, I suppose it isn't really luck. That angel girl did reincarnate me here on purpose. Speaking of reincarnation, I wondered what I looked like now. I went into the house and hunted for a mirror. I'm 17, alright. Not a bad face. The European features will take some getting used to, but still. I had stunning blonde hair that fell to my waist, and my eyes were a vivid light blue, almost turquoise. I didn't know how beauty was measured in this world, but I was pretty cute. If I decided to go to high school, I'd probably get all the boys. I wasn't wearing the white clothes of the dead either. These were straight out of a fantasy world, complete with a pointy black hat that would be unmistakable even from a distance. It looked vaguely witchy. Okay, starting today, this is my house. Azusa's house. I was in another world now, and I thought katakana script might fit the atmosphere better than the standard kanji character I'd always used to write my name. It would also help it sink in that it had turned over a new leaf. That settled it. I'd start calling myself Azusa in katakana. There was a plowed field beside the house, that I'd most likely be able to harvest vegetables from. If I wanted a self-sufficient life, this place was ready-made for it. There were 15 or so gold coins in the clothes I'd been reincarnated in, so buying the bare necessities was unlikely to present a problem. A knife hung at my waist as well. I was a woman living alone, so it was probably wise to have something like this. At the bottom of the hill, I saw a small town. More of a village, really. Maybe I'll wander over there and do a little shopping. I wanted to ask about the area anyway. On the way to the village, my path was blocked by a jiggly, jelly-like creature. Oh, a slime? Maybe it was a slime, maybe it was the thing's appearance, but I wasn't worried at all. A cat might as well have stepped out in front of me. That said, like any monster, it was clearly meant to attack me. With cats, the mere sight of a human was generally enough to give them a start and make them back off, so the situations weren't exactly the same. I drew my knife. If this was a slime, I had to kill it. I attacked. The knife slid into the gelatinous body. Bloop! A weird sensation traveled through my hand to the rest of me. Had that done anything? Well, I'd stabbed it, so I'd probably inflicted damage. Round 2. Bloop! That one had more of an effect, maybe. The angry, I assume, slime rammed me. The impact knocked me back a step, but it didn't really hurt. Safe in the knowledge I wouldn't be harmed, I went after it mercilessly. Take that, and that, and that! One of those blows must have finished it off, as the slime changed shape and became a small jewel. In games, when you kill monsters, you get money. This probably served that purpose. Self-sufficient though I might have been, I'd need currency to buy daily necessities, so I took it without hesitation. Before I reached the village, I encountered and killed 2 more slimes. Slimes seemed to be pretty common. The village wasn't that big, but it was trim and tidy. It looked rather Swiss. Come to think of it, sightseeing in Switzerland had been a dream of mine, but in the end I'd worked myself to death and never gotten to it. Well, even if I'd had vacation time, I probably would have spent it at home, sleeping as much as I possibly could instead of going on a trip. I spotted a kind-looking woman and called to her. "Excuse me, I've just moved into a house in the Highlands. Can you tell me about this village?" This is the village of Flata. I'd say young Natalie at the guild reception is quite knowledgeable about the place. She introduces it to adventurers who journey here from other areas, so she's used to explaining things. I see. Makes sense. Thank you very much. This is your first time visiting, isn't it? I'll take you to the guild. Though it's a small village, so I imagine you'd find it on your own before long. Great, thanks. I followed the woman, who actually was as kind as she'd looked, to the guild. It was indeed small. This place was peaceful enough, and there probably wasn't a need for many adventurers around these parts. Oh, Mrs. Emal, good afternoon. Natalie, this girl is our new neighbor. Tell her about the village, would you? Yes, of course. I'll go over it with you right here at reception. Mrs. Emal left us then. She lived nearby, so we'd probably run into each other again soon. I'm Azusa. I moved into the house in the Highlands. Oh, there? It's a nice place, but not so convenient for the elderly. It'll be ideal to have someone young living there. Then Natalie gave me the rundown about this little hamlet. Maybe because she'd explained the same things many times before, her spiel was smooth and practiced. First and foremost, she said, the village was peaceful, tranquil, and serene. Even on a casual stroll, you could sense the clearly pastoral atmosphere. Cows and sheep were in no short supply, and if the area had a local specialty, it was their dairy products. The count who owned this land lived far away, and the village chief he'd appointed was a native with a drama-free regime. Slimes are just about the only monsters around here. As a result, it's so safe that you can even nap outside the village. Excellent. It's a small community, but you'll be able to buy the basic everyday staples, bread and salt and things, so don't worry. However, with our low population, trading may prove difficult. What Natalie said reminded me of something. Oh yeah, so on the way here, I defeated a few slimes and ended up with these jewels. What are they? Ah, when you kill a monster, you receive a gem known as a magic stone. You can exchange them for money here at the guild. These are worth 600 gold, meaning 6 copper coins. In Japanese currency, would that be about 600 yen? That wouldn't cover more than a single trip to a cafe, but if rent was a non-issue, I'd be able to make a living killing only as many slimes as I needed. Okay, exchange them for me right away, please. To do that, you'll need to register with the guild as an adventurer. Is that alright? Sure, no problem. At that point, Natalie brought out an object that looked like a slate. First, place your hand on the slate, please. It'll display your class and status, and then we'll register that information at the guild. I set my hand on it, mentally commenting that this reminded me of fingerprint authentication. My status popped up in the upper part of the tablet. Azusa, Class Witch, Level 1. HP 6, MP 9, Attack 6, Agility 8, Def 7, Int 7. Special abilities, etc. Knowledge of medicinal herbs, immortality due to powers as a witch. Experience points, 6. Whoa, you're immortal? That's incredible. Natalie was startled. Well, I guess you would be. My class was witch, apparently. It's true that some witches can fine-tune the circulation of mana, or magical power, in their bodies to extend their lives, but immortal at level 1? How can that be? You must have a tremendous aptitude for it. It sure is strange. Maybe I'm just lucky. I'll keep the stuff about reincarnation bonus to myself. Here, let me pay you for those magic stones. She gave me 6 coppers. I'll start saving up by killing slimes then. Yes, and the guild is looking forward to your patronage, Miss Asuza. I'd gotten some gold coins when I'd reincarnated, so I spent them on groceries and seeds to plant in my field. Looked like I was all set to live here for a while. 3 more slimes showed up on my way home, so I vanquished them with my knife. More magic stones and more of the money they would bring me. After that day... After that day, my laid-back life began. I did virtually nothing, day in and day out. First, I slept as long as I wanted. I tended the field here and there. When I wanted some exercise, I killed slimes. Since they were a valuable source of cash, I made sure to dispatch at least 20 of them daily. Sometimes I wandered into the nearby woods. Maybe it was my status as a witch that let me immediately identify which plants were medicinal herbs. From time to time, I blended them into various concoctions and took them down to the village to sell. I wasn't trying to turn a profit, so I priced them at less than the market value. When people in the village were suddenly taken ill, I'd examine them and give them my homemade herbal medicines. After all, I couldn't just stand by and watch the villagers drop like flies. Thanks to that, people started calling me the Great Witch of the Highlands out of respect. Some of them even brought gifts like cheese and other dairy products up to the house. That was much appreciated. I considered reading grimoires in my spare time, but they were really expensive. Still, after mowing down slimes for a while, I'd saved up enough to buy several. Once I set my sights on something I wanted, slime slaying lit a fire in me. Other than that, nothing unusual happened. Possibly because I was immortal, I didn't age, of course, and I almost never got sick. As a rule, no one came to see me at my house in the Highlands, which didn't trouble me too much. I'd lived alone when I was an office worker in Japan, too. It was during my second life that I first came to understand the meaning of leisure with dignity, for sure. And then 300 years passed. Next chapter. I maxed out my level. You heard that right. I made a living by killing slimes for 300 years. When it came to defeating the little blobs, I had a fair bit of confidence. I knew exactly where to stab them with my knife to finish them off on the first attack. Frankly, I could kill them unarmed with my bare hands or my feet. I could kill them with a forehead flick. I figured my level had probably gone up a bit. Well, one day, I knocked on the door of the guild, as I always did. I needed to exchange my magic stones. I took my spoils to the female staff member, who was a descendant of Natalie's, several generations removed. She'd started working here only recently, and I didn't know her name yet. Good afternoon. Oh, Great Witch of the Highlands. By now, everyone knew me as the Witch of the Highlands. Having been alive for 3 centuries, I was the most knowledgeable about the village's history. Here are today's magic stones. 26 slimes worth. Yes, indeed they are. That's 5,200 gold, then. I put the money in my leather bag. Oh, that's right. Great Witch of the Highlands, there's something I've been wondering about. What's up? How strong are you exactly? Strong? In combat, you mean? I don't know, or well, I doubt it's anything impressive. I'd registered as an adventurer so I could get money for magic stones, but I'd never actually adventured. After all, adventuring meant risking your life. A leisurely, peaceful life suited me better. The employee brought out the cold slate. Would it be alright if I checked your status? My status? You know, I don't think I've seen it at all in the past 300 years. I hadn't needed to. In this area, monster just meant slime. I'd never actually sensed that I was leveling up either. That said, claiming I'd only ever fought slimes would be a lie. In the forest, there were horned rabbits. Big caterpillars, too. Those monsters were still weak, though, and my knife brought me easy victories. That knife might have been especially made. I'd been using it for 3 centuries at this point, and there were still no nicks in the blade. If you actually gave it some thought, that was astonishing. This thing could be worth a fortune. Not that I'd sell an item that had taken such good care of me for 30 decades. You've watched over Flata for so long, Great Witch of the Highlands. I believe your status is probably astronomical as a result. I want to know what it is, so... The young staff member's eyes were brimming with fervent expectation. It's embarrassing to say this myself, but the people of Flata respected me. True, I gave them a hand whenever the village was in trouble. Over the centuries, several plagues had swept through, and every time I'd whipped up herbal curatives in bulk, created strengthening tinctures, and worked hard to ensure there were no deaths. In addition, as I'd watched over the village from the highlands since before its current inhabitants were born, they seemed to view me as some sort of guardian deity. As far as I was concerned, I was simply enjoying my life of R&R, which made that reverence feel excessive and uncomfortable. I don't mind if you check my status, but I'm just a long-lived witch who knows a thing or two about herbalism. I hope you're not expecting it to look like some legendary adventurers. Oh, you're too modest. It may not seem impressive to you, but you're judging by your own standards, aren't you? Well, go ahead and look. It's going to be normal. I put my hand on the slate. If this had been Japan, the environment would probably have changed drastically over 300 years, but changes in this world were small. The slate was still functional and in use. Well, its ability to display statuses felt high-tech to me, but anyway. Azusa. Class Witch, level 99. HP 533. MP 867. Attack 468. Agility 841. Defense 580. Intelligence 953. Magic teleportation, levitation, flame, whirlwind, item appraisal, earthquake, ice and snow, lightning attack, mind control, break spell, detoxify, reflect spell, mana absorption, language comprehension, transformation, spell creation, special abilities, etc. Knowledge of medicinal herbs, immortality due to powers as a witch, EXP acquisition boost, experience points, 10,840,086. Huh? Now that's a strange number. I bet the slate's broken. I mean, it's saying level 99, so... Ha! Great Witch, you're way too strong! The receptionist was so shocked I thought she might collapse. That's insane! You have to be the strongest in the world! I'm telling you, that rock's broken. All I've fought are slimes, you know? How could I actually have almost 11 million experience points? Let's see. You've killed slimes for 300 years. 365 days a year without skipping a day, correct? Of course, I don't know what happened long ago, so I'm extrapolating from what I've heard from the village elders, but... Incidentally, this world had a proper sun and moon and used a solar calendar. That sounds about right. I think it's about 25 slimes or so per day on average. When I wanted to buy a grimoire or make repairs on the house or something like that, I remember going all out and plowing through a whole bunch to earn money. As you'd expect, after decades upon decades, the house in the mountains had been remodeled so much that it had practically been rebuilt. Somewhere along the way, you also picked up a special ability that increases the number of experience points you acquire. From what I hear, you haven't traveled anywhere far away, so I think you probably got it at one of your level ups. I suppose that could be. Even if all I'd done was kill slime after slime, that bonus had probably boosted my level at least a little. That special ability increases the number of experience points you get per monster by 2. Wait, just 2? Well, each slime normally gives you 2 points, so it basically doubled. And now we'll calculate. 365 days times 300 years times 4 EXP times 25 slimes. I think the equation would look something like this. Yes, I'm following. Well, I wouldn't have had the EXP boost from the very beginning, so this number will probably be a little high, but still. The 25 a day figure was a rough estimate, and if it had been more than that, the total would be higher. It wasn't as though I'd never killed a non-slime monster either. At any rate, I'll try running a calculation with this. 10,950,000. Let's see, how many thousands is that? 10,950,000. That's pretty close to my 10,840,000. Just so you know, large dragons are said to be worth 2,500 points, so 10,840,000 is enough for 4,380 of them. A dragon slayer extraordinaire. It's the same as if you'd killed 14.6 dragons per year. After putting it in dragon terms, I began to suspect I'd done something extraordinary. This figure isn't a slate error. I knew it. Great Witch of the Highlands, you really are a mighty and powerful witch. I was stunned. I couldn't believe that number. I had sensed intuitively that I was growing. After all, my physical body stayed 17 and only my experience grew. That said, to think it was reached such a ludicrous number. No, more importantly, there'd be trouble if I couldn't keep this under wraps. They say that slow and steady wins the race, but this was too much winning. People might start asking for far more than just help around the village. For example, a dragon had appeared at such and such place, go slay it. I wouldn't mind if it was just once. I could handle a single dragon. However, if I did it even one time, I'd have no choice but to go slay dragons elsewhere. They'd be like, you killed their dragon, why can't you kill ours? And if that happened, I could kiss my laid-back life goodbye. My days would be filled with adventure, packed with hard labor from morning till night. In the end, I'd work myself to death. Not that. Anything but that. I'd have to keep the rumors from spreading. Miss, could you remind me of your name? It's Natalie. What, Natalie? Impossible. Is she immortal too? Probably not. The name wasn't super unique. The two just happened to share it, that's all. The name Masayuki was used during Japan's Warring States period, and it's still around in the current Heisei area too. Natalie, keep this just between us, please. After all, a status is like a personal secret. You wouldn't want people gossiping about your bust size, would you? I'm fairly secure in my bust size. Show off. Shoot, so she doesn't have a complex about her bust. She's definitely bigger than I am. Leveling up doesn't seem to change your cup size, and my figure's been the same for 300 years. Let's stop thinking about this. In any case, don't tell anyone about my status. That's alright, isn't it? I understand. I'll take care not to let word out that you're the most powerful of all, Great Witch. I'd love to sing your praises to everyone, but as a resident of this village, I would never betray you. The prestige of the Highland Witch came through for me. Good, very good. If I can get her to stay quiet, this will all work out. In 300 years, the only one who'd ever taken an interest in my status was this woman, Natalie. In other words, my peaceful days could very well last for another several centuries. Yeah, let's do that. Relieved, I returned to my house in the Highlands. To test whether that status was real, I used an ice and snow spell on a waterfall in the forest. I still didn't believe it. After all, I felt almost nothing to suggest I'd gotten stronger. Freeze everything! Hee-yah! The waterfall froze solid. Guess you could call that solid proof. For a few days after that, I lazed around the house, reading grimoires I'd bought a long time ago. On a side note, I cooked in large batches, freezing most of it with my ice and snow magic, which I hadn't even realized I'd learned. To thaw out my food, I used flame magic. I adapted that to use as fire in the kitchen, too. In a single bound, my magic raised my standard of living to the equivalent of modern society on Earth. Which meant that I was now able to spend all day lounging and dawdling around. Leveling up is the best. At this point, I could say that this was real luxury, the true pleasure of living. During my days as a corporate wage slave, going home on time had been like an urban legend. Even so-called holidays had been often consumed by work that came in the day before or by having as much to do in the first place that I was forced to go to the office in an attempt to catch up. Excuse me. Honestly, I don't care to do that ever again. I am hell-bent on my loafing. That said, I have a whole lot of the same food frozen, and I do get tired of it. Maybe I'll go to a restaurant in the village and eat out. It's been a while. I headed down to Flata. I had spells that probably would have gotten me there easily, like levitation and teleportation, but I was afraid that if people saw those, they'd figure out that my level was high. So I walked. It's better for your figure anyway. Or, on the way, as expected, I encountered a slime. So 300 years isn't enough time for slimes to evolve, I thought, flicking it with a finger. That was all it took to end the slime's life. Come to think of it, my knife had eventually become too bothersome, so for the most part I'd taken to smacking them to death. Was that also because I'd unwillingly raised my attack power? Still, I thought, witches are pretty strong physical attacks too. Even if my level was high, I was conscientious about picking the right magic stones, picking up the magic stones the slimes generated. I had no other source of income. I wasn't hurting for money, but if something was there for the taking, I wouldn't pass it up. After killing several slimes, I reached the village. The way there was downhill, which made it nice and easy. I entered a restaurant called the Savvy Eagle. This place had good omelets. They kept loads of chickens at the shop, and the eggs were fresh. It's been a while. It's me, Azusa. Well, if it isn't the Great Witch of the Highlands. I greeted the restaurant's owner, who was in charge of the cooking. When I sat down in my normal seat, the proprietress brought me my usual drink before I even ordered it. My body was 17, but yes, I drank alcohol. After all, I lived in this world for 3 centuries. Here you go, Great Witch. 1 stiff drink. Thank you much. I think I'll have an omelette again today. Oh, and bring some beef stew as well, please. Yes, Great Witch. It's nice to be a regular. When I was an office worker, I'd been under too much stress to check out new restaurants. At lunchtime, all the places were jam-packed with customers, and I wasn't able to take my time. As a rule, I ate extremely unfeminine meals, like convenience store bentos and instant ramen. Before long, my omelette arrived. You could tell it was a masterpiece just by looking. I totally would have Instagrammed it. It was faintly sweet from the first bite, truly delicious. Your omelets are the best in the world, aren't they? Your long life has earned you some skill with your compliments, Great Witch. Have you ever actually gone to another town and tried their omelets? They're the best in the world, and that's good enough for me. True, of all our customers, I think you're the one who savors them the most. The proprietress and I had been bantering like this for over 15 years, so we're seasoned experts. Oh, by the way, Great Witch, there was something I wanted to ask you, the woman said. Yes? What is it? Is it true that you're level 99? The light faded from my eyes. Huh? Where in the world did you hear such a completely unfounded rumor? There was nothing for it but to play dumb. If I acted shocked, it would come back to bite me later. I don't really know where it started, but that's what I heard. The neighborhood children were talking about it. So where the children heard it? Actually, it was too late. This wasn't a big village, and I was the closest thing to a celebrity around here, so there was a good possibility the story had gotten out. I'll have to give Natalie a talking to later. What's done is done, but I'll make her think long and hard about breaking her promises. Well, unless I showed them my magic, no one could prove my level was high, so ducking the issue wouldn't be impossible. No one would tell that you're level 99 just by looking at you. Madam, slimes are just about the only things I've ever killed. How can I be so strong? I'm just a humble witch with a simple life and no ambitions for anything more. Witch is an entirely different class from mage. Mages are the ones who fling spells around like they're going out of style, while witches are more knowledgeable about things like restorative herbs and ores. That's why I make medicines. Is that right? From what I heard, you have incredible stats, and you're so strong no monster or adventurer could ever defeat you. That's unexpectedly specific. For starters, I'll go see Natalie and find out what's actually going on. After finishing my meal, I exited the guild. The woman was at the reception window as always. Natalie, there's rumors going around. You told them I was level 99, didn't you? After I asked you to keep it a secret and never tell anyone, no matter what? Huh? I haven't said a word. I wouldn't do anything to betray the Great Witch of the Highlands. Natalie looked bewildered. That wasn't the expression of a liar. In that case, where did it come from? But then something occurred to me. Ah, I see. Yes, that's probably it. Did you remember something? As I recall, when I checked your status, there was another adventurer in the guild. Oh. The guild was a public space. Yeah, even though it was a small village, it wouldn't be out of the ordinary for another adventurer to be here. That's right, yes, Mr. Ernst was there, and he's a notorious blabbermouth. I'm sure that's how word got out. So the one who'd overheard us was a chatty adventurer. In that case, it was only a matter of time until the cat was completely out of the bag. If worst came to worst, it might reach the neighboring towns and villages too. I held my head, but not because it hurt. During my tenure as a cog in the corporate machine, I'd had awful headaches and usually took medicine for them. But these days, I was the very picture of health. Think. What can I do to minimize the damage? That's it. I'll have her overwrite it with different information and save that. I checked behind me, making sure there weren't any other adventurers here now. Natalie, please spread a rumor that my being level 99 was an error. Are you telling me to lie? Yes, I am. Say that I'm a perfectly normal witch who simply knows a little about botany. I'm begging you. Tell them the status slate was malfunctioning. Natalie was guild personnel, which means it wouldn't be strange for her to know a lot about statuses. If she says it was a mistake, lots of people should believe her. I feel awful saying someone with your abilities was actually weak. You're the pride of our village, Great Witch. Knowing about my abilities won't make anyone happy. On the contrary, jealous people would start coming here out of the woodwork. At the very least, strength isn't necessary for my peaceful life. Please help me out. If anyone had despised me, it might have been nice to get some payback. The villagers already had plenty of respect for me, though. I also had a good track record. The long years I'd spent helping the village through medicine and healing. Status didn't need to enter this equation. I understand. I mustn't cause trouble for the Great Witch of the Highlands. Natalie seemed convinced. A little damage control seemed feasible. First things first. I'd done what I could for now. In terms of adventurer rank, you'd undoubtedly be an S among S's. A legend unseen since the kingdom was founded. What a shame. Maybe so, but please just deal with it. But it would make the name of Filata Village famous far and wide. Deal with that too. They say fame comes at a price. There's a danger that it would bring trouble to this quiet village. Could I just tell guild headquarters? Absolutely not. I made an X sign with my arms, rejecting Natalie's request with all my might. Up until this point, my relationship with the village had gone the way I wanted it to. I was just maintaining the status quo. Nothing wrong with that. Afterward, I was careful never to let the villagers see my power. I hadn't shown it to them before, either, so basically all I had to do was play the part of a perfectly normal witch. Natalie seemed to have told the people around her that the slate had been wrong. Then no more villagers asked me whether I was level 99. That put an end to the matter. I'd spend my days killing slimes and brewing potions again. Or so I thought, until one day, someone knocked on the door of my house. Who could it be? Almost no one ever knocked on my door. For starters, the location wasn't exactly convenient. The highland was a decent walk from the village, so getting there was a pain. It wasn't on the way to anywhere else either, so you wouldn't just happen to be in the neighborhood to stop by. On top of that, witches were special individuals to the villagers, so nobody just casually dropped by for a visit. People occasionally brought something to share with me, but that was about it. Because of that, hardly anyone ever came to my house. Of course, there were emergencies. Maybe a child had fallen ill and the parents wanted some medicine. And at times like that, I raced to wherever I was needed. Since it would be terrible if someone had taken ill, I closed the grimoire I'd been reading and headed for the entryway. When I opened the door, I discovered a party of 4 adventurers. They weren't villagers, to say the least. For one thing, the man at the front of the group appeared to be a young swordsman. He was probably in his early 20s. There was another swordsman with bulging muscles, a woman in a robe that clearly marked her as a mage, and a teenage cleric. 4 people in all. Yes, what do you need? Had they come to inquire about my powerful monsters about any powerful monsters nearby? I wanted to apologize to them. They were absolutely nothing but There was absolutely nothing except for small fry. Oh, and there were no dungeons housing fantastic treasures either. As a matter of fact, there were no dungeons, period. All I could really offer them was the forest that had plants with healing properties. If this has anything to do with an adventurer, I just politely decline. "Are you Miss Azusa, the Witch of the Highlands?" asked the young swordsman, who seemed to be the leader. "Yes, I am. Unfortunately, this isn't a good area for adventuring. The monsters are weak and we don't have any dungeons." "No, it's all right. That isn't why we're here." Then what was? Were they peddlers? "We would like to engage you in a trial of strength." Huh? My voice cracked. I'd never heard that proposal before. A trial of strength? Did you want to arm wrestle or something? "No, we'd like to do battle. I'm a witch who ekes out a living by gathering medicinal herbs. Fighting me won't make you legendary heroes. We heard there was a level 99 witch here. This rumor's everywhere. That adventurer in the guild really must have overheard. Even adventurers who stuck to this area traveled to the hot towns and villages near us. So I guess that's how it got around." That was a misunderstanding. The slate broke and gave a weird number, that's all. In terms of actual skill, I'm level 10 at most. Actually, it's probably too generous. Level 3, possibly? You shouldn't lie. The woman who looked like a magician was the one who'd spoken. She was in her late 20s. "I'm in a similar position, so I can tell. The mana is practically rolling off you. There's no mistake. You're phenomenal." "You can tell from things like that? What is this? Are we like stand users who are drawn to one another?" "Still, I'm not fighting. No matter what. I mean it. If I get into one battle, I'll never be able to stop." "So, I'm just speaking hypothetically, alright? But even assuming I were a witch with genuine skills, I'd still have no reason to fight you." "That's a perfectly sound argument. I'll stick with that one. I don't run a dojo here, so there's no point in anyone trying to beat me. You see, we want to get stronger. Please spar with us and help us." They're polite, but I really don't want to involve myself with this. Yes, it was a JoJo reference. This was a problem. If I didn't get these people to go away, my peace and quiet would be ruined. If it's come to this, maybe I can fool them with a lie. I cleared my throat and began. "The truth is, long ago, I once grew drunk on my own power. Never happened. We didn't know. They were listening more earnestly than I expected. I felt a bit guilty. I hurt many people. Some even lost their lives to my attack spells. The only thing I've killed is slimes. And so, I resolved to never fight again. Everything about this is true. So even great adventurers have painful pasts. Yes, and as a result, I can't fight with you. Please understand. Seriously, I'm begging you, take a hint." They'll probably give up now. "We understand how you feel, Miss Azusa. We'll withdraw. Thank you very much. May the road you travel be a bright one. Many more adventurers like us are bound to come to you, and it's probably going to be a lot of trouble. Be careful not to let anyone ambush you. Some adventurers only care about making a name for themselves." Hold it. Have the stories about me spread that far? Now there's a nasty piece of news. Yes, I doubt there's an adventurer in this territory who hasn't heard about you by now. Besides, the local adventurers are very proud that Azusa, their Witch of the Highlands, is the strongest being around. What do you think they're doing, making me the pride of the region? I wish they'd quit sabotaging my R&R. No help for it. I'll change my strategy. Alright, I will spar with you, and only you, just this once. Do you mean it? A wave of enthusiasm surged through the party. They were treating me like some sort of celebrity. On one condition, though. If you lose, I want you to go around telling people the Witch of the Highlands was nothing special. If possible, I want to avoid fighting. The female magician nodded vigorously. Alright, sparring or no, I hate to seriously injure you, so... I went outside and used a farming hoe to draw a big circle in the dirt. It was more of an oval than a perfect circle, but it would serve. Let's say whoever steps outside this circle loses. Is that alright with you? Of course, no one declined, and the matter was settled. This way, we'd be able to finish up fast without anyone getting hurt. If I leave the circle, I lose. If every one of you leaves the circle, your side loses. Let's do it that way. Oh, and everyone who steps outside is out of the match at that point. Those conditions favored my opponents, so I doubted they'd complain. Well then, let's get right to it. As if to declare their victory that went to the swift, the magician girl thrust her staff out in front of her and chanted something. O wind, choose this moment to become my servant and raise a tempest. Naturally, she thought of using the wind to hurl me out. That had been my plan too. Foom! A cyclone twisted my way. Just from the noise, I could tell it would pack a punch. Apparently, these adventurers were fairly high level. Is that how you use whirlwind magic? That had been one of the skills in my status, but I hadn't really known how to use it. Granted, I'd activated the ice and snow spell with a random chant, so maybe there wasn't any strict protocol. It wasn't that I had no steps to take. I dubbed this Operation Eye for an Eye. O wind, choose this moment to become my servant and raise a tempest. I chanted the exact same words as my opponent. To put it bluntly, I stole them. No such thing as copyright in this world. A whirlwind several dozen times larger than my opponent's formed, and headed straight for the other group. First, it swallowed the magician girl's whirlwind and absorbed it. That didn't negate my vortex. On the contrary, it sped up. I've never seen a whirlwind like that. It's a monster. Run! My opponents were all taken aback. The storm was just that enormous. It was safe to say that the moment I'd used magic, they'd lost their will to fight. If the whirlwind pulled them in, I'd probably be able to send them out of the circle at the very least. All of my opponents took a direct hit from my tempest. Great, it worked. Except I think it might have been a bit too strong. Eek! Ah! Help me! Now trapped in the funnel, the party was being blown farther and farther away. Shoot! I'd underestimated the power of level 99. This went way beyond outside the circle. The whirlwind gradually weakened with time, however, and at last, the adventurers seemed to touch down softly, right next to the village of Flata at the base of the hill. Oh crap. Frankly, they landed in the worst possible location. After that, just to make sure, I went to the village. To think you'd send a veteran party flying with a single whirlwind. That's our great Witch of the Highlands. I saw your true power clearly with my own eyes, Great Witch. Now her village's future is secure for several hundred years. You really are level 99, aren't you? The fact that I troubled the party was already the talk of the village. Sorry, the fact that I trounced that party was already the talk of the village. Well, of course it was. This place was at the foot of the highlands, and they had to have seen that enormous spell. Everyone in that party said they were going to start again from square one. They said that someday they'll be just like you, Great Witch. Hey, they were talking about me. That wasn't the deal. That said, since I'd launched them into the sky in front of witnesses, there was probably no way to hide it. Lying and telling them a brutal monster had appeared would send the village into a panic. Yes, I blew them away with magic. That the Witch of the Highlands was level 99 was now official, and everyone knew it. Chapter 3. A Dragon Dropped By. After my true skills became public knowledge against my will, I sent away for books on monsters and began studying. I hadn't developed the urge to slay monsters, quite the opposite in fact. I did it because if I knew enough about monsters, I could give advice to anyone who came asking me to slay one, which meant I could get by without going anywhere. I wouldn't mind offering them some help. I just didn't want anyone working me like a dog. After all, I'm level 99. Even I know that's vanishingly rare in this world. If all the troublemakers banded together and showed up at my house, it would be an utter disaster. It had only been 10 days since I'd flung that party off my hill, so my life hadn't changed much. No one had asked me to kill a dragon or anything yet. The sole difference was that the medicines I sold on consignment through the general store was going faster, so I'd begun gathering more herbs. People probably believed that remedies made by a level 99 witch would be extra effective. Frankly, there's not much difference. This isn't a wired society. Maybe information takes a while to travel. It sure would be great if the news died down without spreading. Saying that aloud might have been a bad idea, because someone started banging loudly on my door. Who was it this time? The Warcraft player at the max level by doing... Oh, I've never seen that. Then again, I haven't played a whole lot of... No, I haven't played World of Warcraft at all, so I'm not that familiar. It was unlikely that such rough blows were coming from a villager. If I pretended I wasn't home, they were liable to break the door down, so I hastily opened it. If they wanted me to help them slay a dragon, I'd teach them a good method for vanquishing the beast and send the visitor on their way. I'd hope there was no emergencies or villages. I hope there were no emergencies or villagers in danger, or villages in danger of being destroyed. Yes, who is it? Something enormous stood in front of me. It was tall. Not only that, it wasn't human. Big wings, a big body, can probably breathe fire, has a pair of horns. A dragon had stopped by. In fact, it had been using its tail to knock, hence the violent thuds. May I ask what brings you here? According to the excuse me. According to the books I'd read, dragons were higher monsters, so they understood human speech. That it had even knocked on the door at all implied such intelligence. My book learning was coming in handy right off the bat, but I really wished this hadn't been the scenario in which it was paying off. Here, in the province of Nanterre, dragons are said to be the strongest monsters, and I, Laika, am renowned as the strongest of all dragons. So dragons don't just understand human speech, they can use it? His voice was so loud that it reverberated in my head. It felt like being at a concert. And what might a dragon such as yourself need with me? Recently, I've been hearing rumors that the strongest witch in existence lives here. Don't tell me you've come to test your strength. You're sharp, that saves time. Just how far had that rumor traveled? I'd at least like to keep it limited to the human race. This could not have been worse. No one had asked me to go defeat a dragon. The dragon had come to me. I don't want to be known as the strongest anything. I just accumulated experience points little by little over 3 centuries until it became a huge number, that's all. I'll concede the title of strongest to you. As if I could settle for that. Fight me. Let's make this clear once and for all. What a thundering nuisance. As I keep saying, I don't run a dojo, so don't come by to bust it. What would you do if I said I don't want to? First, I'd trample your house flat. Then I'd lay waste to your garden. It looks like I've got no choice but to fight. If I lost my house, I'd never be able to relax and take life easy. Alright, let's do it. However, I'm not claiming to be the strongest, so if I turn out to be much weaker than you, go easy on me, if you would. Very well. As long as I'm able to confirm that I am indeed superior, that will be enough for me. We found an area with lots of wide open space, away from the house. After all, I couldn't have my home getting wrecked in the course of the battle. Now then, I'll show you the true power of Laika. Yes, by all means, be my guest. The dragon flapped its wings and soared into the air. I'll burn you to ash. It spit flames from its mouth. No way was I going to take the brunt of that. No serious burns for me, thank you. Freeze everything. I slammed an ice and snow spell into the flames. My maneuver seemed to have worked. The spells collided, canceling and erasing the flames. Not bad. So you really are a high-level witch then. Guess I can't pretend to lose on purpose either. In the end, using my true power and defeating it quickly might be the most efficient method. Well, what's the best tactic here? After all, my opponent is airborne. I now briefly bid the ground farewell. I chanted, casting a levitation spell. Now you could say I was technically even with the dragon. I use levitation often because it makes getting home from the flat easier. So, how should I fight her from here on out? I don't really want to get too close. That means I'll be using magic, but I doubt a whirlwind would blow away an opponent in this size as easily as a human. Even if I did manage to knock my visitor out of the sky, if it fell on the village, it would cause massive damage. A lightning attack then? To be honest though, I didn't think I could control my power. Unlike slimes, dragons were highly intelligent, and if I killed one, I suspected I'd feel guilty. I'd do my best not to take its life. That left flame or ice or snow. Dragons actually breathed fire, so flames might not do anything to them. So it would have to be ice and snow. Mimic me and fly, will you? The insolence! The dragon raised a hand to slap me out of the air, but I evaded easily. That empty swing left the dragon vulnerable. I slipped right in close to it. I'll burn you out of the sky! The dragon opened its mouth, preparing to spit fire again. Just what I'd been waiting for. I sent an ice and snow spell right at its mouth. Freeze everything! The dragon's jaw was immobilized in a burst of frost. In one stroke, its mouth had been turned into an ice cave. More! The dragon panicked, then dropped down to the ground and started running around. I'd done it. This way, I plunged my opponent into confusion without having to take its life. Well, got brain freeze? The dragon was so flustered it was pitiful. You could tell just by watching it run helter-skelter. Wait, running around? I had a bad feeling about this. Don't you wreck my house. Whatever you do, don't wreck it. Cold! But the dragon ran toward the house, and it bumped into a corner. Crunch. The room on that corner caved in. My anger flared. Look, I told you not to wreck it. I got in close to the dragon. This is the pain of my demolished room, and I punched it. Blah! That one hit knocked the dragon out, and it toppled right over onto the plain. It didn't seem to be dead, but the damage was great enough that it wouldn't be able to move for a little while. Since I'd punched it, to no one's surprise, my hand hurt. I should just consider myself lucky it wasn't broken. What power? To think I'd fall so ingloriously. The dragon seemed unable to believe the circumstances in which it found itself. For starters, that's a win for me, but more importantly, I looked at my damaged house. I was absolutely going to make sure I was fairly compensated. Listen, Laika the dragon. I went up to the beast and poked it. You'd better fix my house. If you don't, I'll never forgive you. My face was smiling, but I don't think my eyes were. Apparently, They managed to convince the dragon that I was more than willing to fight. Alright, I'll do something about it, so spare me. Don't take my life. I wouldn't do that. If I did, I couldn't make you fix this for me, could I? It isn't insured, you know. It didn't look as if the bedroom had been damaged, but there could have been a draft. Maybe I'd better stay at the village inn for a while. I have a fair amount of money saved up at the mountain where I make my home. Would it be alright if I'd return to get it? I'd like to use it to cover the repairs. Come to think of it, I'd heard that dragons tended to collect gold. That's fine, but know that if you run, I'll come put you down. I swear to keep my promise. The dragon flew off somewhat unsteadily. That day, I went to the village to find lodgings. Oh, Great Witch, you must have defeated the dragon. We saw the worm very clearly, even from the village. To think you'd defeat that creature, I'd expect no less, Great Witch. So they all knew. Figures. Dragons were huge, and even from a distance, they were hard not to notice. I'm sorry, I did beat the dragon, but part of my house caved in, so I've come to stay at the village inn for a short while. I'm sorry to have disturbed you. No, the dragon's to blame. Actually, you protected the village from that dragon. I'll show you to the best room in the inn. You fool! No inn in the village is suitable lodgings for the Great Witch. The conversation went back and forth a few times, and in the end, I wound up staying in the guest room at the village hall. That was where the royal officials stayed when they came here on business. Maybe it wasn't a bad idea to take people up on their kindness once in a while. Donating some expensive medicines later would probably balance the books. Since I was staying the night, I took a leisurely walk through the village for the first time in a long while. The place seemed livelier than it had when I first arrived 300 years ago. More people, too. There were probably several reasons for that, but from what I heard, I was one of them. The villagers often told me so. It was because I'd made such valuable medicines for the village. In every village, people died of illnesses or injuries before reaching the end of their natural lives. Because of the potions I provided, the risk of death was substantially lower here than in the surrounding villages. In particular, the significant decrease in deaths from childhood sickness was contributing to the rising population. I also made something like nutrition supplements for children, in addition to remedies for when they were ill. As far as I was concerned, gathering herbs and making medicines was akin to a hobby, part of my laid-back routine. If I was managing to save lives through that hobby, I was terribly honored. Since I didn't need to go back home that day, I decided to take it easy at the tavern and enjoy a drink at my leisure. Oops, hang on a sec. Okay. Even at night, the tavern was hopping. Hey, it's the Great Witch! A toast to the Great Witch! Many of the customers were already 3 sheets to the wind, and the place was a free-for-all. I was shown to a table. For some reason, they brought me an expensive-looking drink I hadn't asked for. I hadn't placed an order yet. When I was a child, your medicine saved me, Great Witch. The owner's daughter smiled as she spoke. This is a thank you. Please take your time and enjoy your drink. It had been like this all day. Nobody was letting me pay for anything. I guess a day like this isn't so bad every once in a while. I sipped my liquor slowly, savoring it. My tenure as an office worker had been busy. To be frank, I was a little more than a slave to a company. I'd almost never had the sense that my work was helping anyone. Honestly, I'd have to say my efforts were solely for the sake of the company. So it follows that, no matter how busy I was, my entire time there had been meaningless. Interacting with people who don't go against my laid-back life, creed in and of itself. Sorry. Interacting with people doesn't go against my laid-back life creed in and of itself. Maybe I should visit the village a little more often. The expensive liquor tasted quite different from what I usually drank. It was so mellow. I bet that's what made it so expensive. Ah, that's delicious. Compared with long ago, this is heaven. Didn't mean to say that out loud. With you protecting our lives, Great Witch, we're living in heaven too. When I was young, I spent a long time traveling, and there's no better village than Flata. They were praising me to my face, so I took it with several grains of salt, but still, it made me happy. I'm glad that I ended up living near this village as well, I said, and I meant it. I'm proud of this place. I'd like to keep watching it grow. That day, I got pleasantly drunk, then went back to my lodgings and slept. I was a little late getting to bed, but it was still earlier than when I got to knock off during excuse me. I was a little late getting to bed, but it was still earlier than when I got to knock off during my stint as a corporate slave. Besides, back then, I'd had to wake up around 6 in the morning. Even though it was 3 centuries ago, I remembered it vividly. The breakfast they gave me was rather extravagant for the village as well. They were treating me like an official honored guest. I'm glad I'm a witch. I ate breakfast. The milk in particular was incredibly good, maybe because it was fresh from the cow. The food here was seasoned more simply than in Japan, and it always seemed to end up tasting flat. When it came to milk though, the village of Flata won hands down. Packaged milk couldn't begin to compare. A hearty thanks to the cows and everyone who made the food. I know, maybe I'll teach them a bit about cooking one of these days. I still... Sorry. I still remember how to from my years in Japan, so I should be able to improvise some recipes to teach them. As I absently mulled over this, the person in charge of the cooking strode quickly up to me. Well, hello. Hey, Looney. How you doing? Good to see you, good to see you. Glad you could make it. Great Witch of the Highlands, there's someone here to see you. Glad you stopped by. Feel free to kick back and relax. You know the drill. Get settled. Let me read you to sleep, since you're going off to bed in the first place. Also, welcome to anybody else who's just kind of kicking back and hanging out in the background, lurking and listening, and just chilling and having a good time. Have them wait in a free meeting room then. I'll be done with my meal in 3 minutes. Wondering which villager it would be this time, I stepped into the meeting room. The young girl waiting for me had a pair of horns protruding from her head. She looked about the right age for middle school, 13 or so. Her clothes had a bit of Lolita flair to them, and the outfit suited her, so, well, that was obviously her everyday getup, not cosplay. Who was she? I'd never seen a horned villager before. Actually, the horns meant she wasn't a normal human, didn't they? I fear I caused you a lot of trouble yesterday. When our eyes met, the girl bowed politely. Yesterday? I don't believe we've met. There was no way I'd forget someone with horns. Oh, I've transformed, so it's possible you don't recognize me. Transformed? I didn't rescue a crane or a Jesus statue. I'm Laika, the dragon from yesterday. Say what? Wait, you're a girl? Come to think of it, Laika is a rather feminine name. Many members of the dragon race have abundant mana, and we are able to adopt human shapes. If we enter a human village without doing so, we end up causing a panic, said Laika the dragon girl. True. If a dragon showed up at a village, it would probably throw the place into a terrible uproar. Even if the villagers mobilized everyone in town, a battle would be hopeless against such an enormous creature. You aren't a girl age-wise though, are you? She couldn't actually be 13, not when presenting herself in such a dignified manner. I believe it has been about 300 years since I was born. So we're around the same age then. It seemed odd to talk about being around the same age when you were 300, but it was what it was, so I just had to roll with it. Also, please accept this. Leica set a large cloth sack on the table. It seemed too heavy for a young girl to lift, but her true nature as a dragon meant it probably wasn't an issue. What's this? I peeked inside and the answer immediately presented itself. Gold coins. This is the money for the repairs then. Yes, that's right. I brought all the money I've saved. You're thriftier than I expected, dragon. Thank you. With this much, repairs shouldn't be a problem. If all we were doing was restoring my house, this seemed likely to cover it, so I was relieved. However, Leica was fidgeting as if she had something to say. Don't tell me there's a girl with an intractable illness who needs this money to live. Does she have a reason like that? I'm not an ogre. If there are extenuating circumstances, I'll take them into account. Actually, I had a request. What is it? It won't cost you anything. Save as much as you like. Could you possibly take me as your apprentice? I stared blankly at her. Apprentice? I'll be your teacher, you mean? Yes. Fighting you has made me painfully aware that I'm still an experienced Great Witch. I wish to discard my vain pride in being the strongest in the province of Nanterre and start my studies over again from the beginning. That's a lovely resolution, but... an apprentice? I've lived 300 years, and I've never once entertained that idea. Listen, I think it would be a bad idea for me to hide it, so I'm just gonna tell you. I didn't acquire my power through any sort of special training. I just routinely killed slimes around the neighborhood for a very long time. The experience points piled up, and here I am. So I really had nothing to teach her. No, that buildup of my efforts is exactly what I would like to study. I was overconfident in my power as a dragon, grew arrogant, and I neglected to hone my skills. The result was ignominious defeat. This dragon girl is more earnest than I thought. But in that case, what should I teach you? If I wasn't going to pass on any new skills to her, there was no point in taking her on as an apprentice, was there? I would appreciate the opportunity to live with you, earn my keep, and study your lifestyle. A roommate? To be honest, I wasn't really keen on that idea. Unlike lazing around by yourself, living with another person generated stress. Besides, I'd lived alone for 300 years, so it seemed a bit late to start sharing my space. Hang on. You said earn your keep? Yes. Meaning you'll cook and clean and things? I mean, I wouldn't make you do absolutely everything, but of course I will. Asking you to handle the cooking and cleaning on top of making me your apprentice would be far too much. My resolve had begun weakening a bit. In that case, it might be okay. It was also true that, having lived alone for 3 centuries, I'd fallen into a bit of a rut. At this point, you could practically call it tradition. No one in Japan had ever lived alone for such an extended period of time. I had my own established views on single occupancy. But it might be alright to close the book on that tradition. Alright, I'll let you become my apprentice. Thank you very much. Leica bowed her head courteously, pointing her 2 adorable horns at me. After 300 years of witchhood, I'd acquired an apprentice. Chapter 4. Life with an Apprentice. Or, wait, what chapter is this? Yep, Chapter 4, Life with an Apprentice. However, if we were actually going to be living together, we would need to make a few improvements. Listen, Laika, just repairing my house isn't enough now. Honestly, we need to think about expanding it. What do you mean, Great Witch? I'd ask her to call me something besides Great Witch later, but for now, I decided to settle the issue at hand. You'll be living here too, you know. If all we do are repairs, it'll be too cramped. We'll have to add another room. I see. Yes, you're right. Originally, a married couple had lived here, but it had worked for them because they were, in fact, married. There was a greater sense of distance between teachers and apprentices, and having a little more space would make things easier on both of us. For an apprentice, constantly being in close proximity to someone who outranks you would probably be rough psychologically. If it had been me living in the same house as my boss, I would have developed new ulcers every single day. And so, until the upgraded house is finished, I'll be staying in the village. You should stay at the inn as well. In that case, I shall take this opportunity to build it for you. Or shall I take this opportunity to build it for you? I hadn't expected that response. What, is she a carpenter? Build it? You aren't a licensed architect, are you? As long as I have wood and stone to use, the rest is just assembly work, and that's simple. Leave it to me, please. Laika thumped her chest to show she could do it. Since she was just a dragon masquerading as a human, she sure didn't seem qualified to build a house. Still, if she was going to insist that strongly, maybe I would leave it to her. I have the right to use the area of the forest where I gather medicinal herbs, so go ahead and take trees from there. I'll let you handle the layout and design. Thank you very much. I'll create something to your liking, Great Witch. Oh, and I'll go with you just in case. After all, I had no clue whether I could trust a dragon's aesthetics wholesale. Once outside the village, Laika reverted to her dragon form. It will be easier if we fly, so I'll travel in this shape. It's also easier for me to exercise my strength this way. She really is the dragon I fought. We may be outside the village, but they'll be able to see us from there for sure. I'll have to explain this to them later. Climb onto my back, Great Witch. I'll go straight to the forest. Do you think you can stop calling me Great Witch? Laika's apprenticeship to a witch meant that she was a sort of witch in training as well. We were practitioners of the same craft. If I was going to be addressed constantly, something else would feel more appropriate. We're going to be living together, so just call me by my name, Azusa. In that case, I shall call you Lady Azusa. I suppose tacking lady on is alright. I'm going to be your teacher anyway. I climbed onto Laika's back. It wasn't uncomfortable up there. At the very least, I didn't feel like I was at risk of falling. I'll be flying, so tell me which direction the forest is in if you would. This is kind of like a taxi, I thought. Laika traveled quite fast in dragon form, and we reached the forest before long. It took time on foot only because of the elevation, and as the crow flew, it wasn't very far. There are things you notice from the air too. Once we were in the forest, she snapped trees one after the other. Apparently, a dragon's strength is enough to break large trunks like it's nothing. But my attack power beat this dragon, so what was up with that? Just so you know, don't line up broken trees and tell me it's a house. Make it so drafts wouldn't get in. I know, I'm only doing it this way because I don't have a saw to make lumber. I'll turn them into proper boards later. She was telling the truth. Laika flew to a town somewhere, returning a little while later with all sorts of tools. While I was in town, I looked at several buildings and studied how they were made. I believe I'll be able to build a good house. Can you learn construction just by looking? Dragons generally have good memories. Laika immediately started processing the trees she'd gathered. She said that, as a dragon, she'd be too big and her hands would fumble things, so she did this part in human form. Frankly, she was insanely fast. By the time the sun went down, she'd already started on the construction. One of the reasons was her dragon strength allowed her to carry the materials without much effort. True, if you were building a house in Japan, things would definitely go faster if a wooden pillar weighed only a few hundred grams. When you were the size of a dragon, designing a building to house humans was a bit like an advanced game of building blocks. She was using a construction method based on slotting components together and avoiding nails as much as possible. It was the technique of Japan's shrine and temple carpenters. No doubt it was fair game for buildings that weren't shrines or temples as well, so it wasn't too strange for a being who lived in a different culture to employ it. That said, fast as she was, there was no way she'd finish on the very first day, and the sky was getting dark. Why don't we call it a day? Let's go back to the village. I'll find you a place to stay too. I clapped my hands, signaling we were done. Either way, I needed to let the village know I'd taken a dragon on as an apprentice. No, Lady Azusa, I'm not tired, so I can keep going. Something about those words rubbed me the wrong way. Dragons have excellent night vision. If I work at night, I'll finish tomorrow. Oh, this isn't good. Nope, no way, none of that, I barked. Laika flinched, and her hands paused in the middle of their task. Have I committed an error of some sort, Lady Azusa? Laika, you just told me you could pull an all-nighter, didn't you? You can't do that. Really and truly, you can't. I thought I'd get it done no matter what. It's not okay to say no matter what too often as if it's a good thing. I was remembering my days as a corporate slave. If I make myself do overtime today, things will work out somehow. If I pull an all-nighter, I can catch up. Over and over, I'd pushed myself with those beliefs. And what was the result? I'd ended up with a schedule where pushing myself was the norm. You've already seen the consequences. Eventually, I pushed myself to the brink to my death. In short, that's what comes from getting it done no matter what. I was through with no matter what. We'd worked all the way to sunset. The rest would keep until tomorrow. Look, it's dark, isn't it? That's proof that the world is telling us it's time to stop for the day. At the very least, I didn't get stronger by pushing myself. All I did was make a habit of living moderately. I understand. I'll do as you say, Lady Azusa. Good, that's right. I smiled. I had to be able to manage my subordinates' labor properly. From now on, whenever you get tired or feel like you can't do anything anymore, don't hesitate to speak up. My heart aches at your consideration for your apprentice, Lady Azusa. That's a little much, don't you think? I intentionally had her go back to the village in dragon form, then switch to being human just outside. If I'd made her charge in as a dragon, she might have bumped into a building. People had gathered to see what the heck was going on, so in a way it was perfect. Friends, as of today, the dragon Laika has become my apprentice. She may unintentionally cause trouble for you, but she's a good, considerate girl. Please treat her with respect, with affection. As I spoke to them, Laika bowed. If Laika commits any transgressions, contact me, her teacher. I'll scold her properly. The villagers still look uneasy. Well, they do have a dragon right in front of them, so there's probably no getting around that. Nabin the cheesemaker raised a hand. Great witch. Dragons are strong, aren't they? Is it possible she might drink and suddenly fly into a rage? The same is true for me and every other powerful adventurer. Of course, as her teacher, I'll check to make sure my apprentice doesn't get drunk and cause a scene. I know what this reminds me of. It's like taking a new subordinate on a visit to a client company. You have to understand the client's perspective, but at the same time, you have to protect your colleague. Finally, the village chief came over to me. I repeated what I'd said a minute ago. All right, Laika. Tell them in your own words. She looked a bit tense, but gave a small nod. I had her personally tell the villagers why she wanted to study under me. I am the dragon Laika, and I've just apprenticed myself to Lady Azusa, the Witch of the Highlands. I look forward to making your acquaintance. Naturally, when I'm in the village, I will use this girl form, not my dragon form. Witnessing her commendable attitude, the village chief's expression softened. All right, I will permit the dragon Laika to come and live in the village. Having a dragon around will serve to deter evildoers from outside as well. We'd gotten permission from the village chief. That's right. If the Great Witch is keeping an eye on her, I doubt there'll be any problems. She looks a lot more intelligent than my girl. It would be ungrateful of us to reject the Great Witch's apprentice anyway. The villagers had also accepted the situation. Thus, Laika was granted citizenship. That day, it was decided Laika would spend the night in the guest room with me. We had some time before dinner, so we relaxed in the room. As proof that I trusted her, I told her my current status. Laika seemed more surprised by the number of spells than by any of the numeric values. I knew it. All those spells mean you really are a legendary witch, Lady Azusa. You think so? For dinner, we went to my favorite restaurant, the Savvy Eagle. Laika ate with me, of course. Lady Azusa, thank you for what you did earlier. What? Oh, for talking to the villagers, you mean? As I'm a dragon, I've always made others obey me by demonstrating my power, no matter the situation. However, being accepted through a method other than strength was a valuable experience for me. I was genuinely happy. I see. This is more than just training a new worker. I'll have to get a dragon used to life as a human as well. That's a good direction to move in. Keep it up. Of course. Thank you in advance for your help. Laika was pretty accustomed to using a knife and fork. She must have been mingling with people in towns for a very long time. Have you spent a lot of time living as a human? Yes, though I never have actually lived in a town. Only a very few people are able to tell when a dragon is in human shape, so I've hardly ever had any trouble. Fantasy worlds had beastmen as well. Maybe a feature as minor as horns could be explained away. No beastmen lived in Flata, but traveling beastmen sometimes came through. Well, the village has accepted you now. Let's work to build a good house tomorrow too. Yes, I'll do an excellent job. The next morning, Laika got right down to work on the audition again. I went along as her supervisor. Things are progressing smoothly at the moment, and I've not had any real problems. Sure seems that way from where I stand. She was so fast it was hard to believe houses could be built so quickly. This was also thanks to her dragon strength. By the way, Laika, how high are your stats? Since I'd won, mine were probably higher, but I wondered how great the difference was. I was just curious. I've never had it measured, so I'm not certain, but I've been known as the strongest dragon in Nanterre for roughly 100 years. It's a long time to be at the top. As an aside, the province of Nanterre includes these highlands and the surrounding areas, and it feels a bit like Switzerland. Mountains are abundant here, so I'm not surprised dragons would choose to live in Nanterre. I've never been to Switzerland, so I'm saying this only because it feels like the thing to say right about now. I wonder if we shouldn't get you registered with the guild as an adventurer. I'll leave the decision to you. I'm not planning to put you through special training based on your numbers or anything. True, it could serve as an index, but unless I acquire a strength that satisfies me, it's meaningless. From the sound of it, Laika wasn't that interested in things like status. It was probably because she was a dragon. Meeting a dragon would be enough to make most people grovel. Conversely, if you're a human, it's hard to tell what sort of power you have unless you show your status. Because of that, I think we tend to use status to make others view our own strength objectively. By the time noon drew near, it was possible to make out what sort of structure this was shaping up to be. The original house had acquired a log cabin addition. It reminded me of the summer residences you might see in Karizawa, and it fit right in the highlands. Brick houses or buildings with stained glass windows would have required specialized artisans, so I decided to use wood. Yes, this is fine. Keep doing what you're doing. I think we should break for lunch soon, though. Let's go to the village to eat. No, I'll reach a better stopping point very soon, so I'll keep going. Laika, did you forget what I said yesterday? When it's time to rest, you rest. Don't make a virtue of working too much. As long as I'm around, I won't tolerate poor working conditions. No, it isn't that I want to work a lot. It's only that stopping when things feel this half-finished will bother me. In that case, reach a good stopping point within the next 10 minutes. Yes, ma'am. Work-life balance, work-life balance. I feel like a human resources manager. In the village, we ate something pasta-like for lunch, and I had Laika drink a lot of water. She'd been doing physical labor for a significant amount of time, so I wanted her to rehydrate. Parenthetically, the village of Flata had abundant groundwater, so that resource was in no short supply. After our meal, Laika and I took a leisurely walk through the village. There was a reason for that, too. I wanted to get the villagers used to seeing her face sooner rather than later. I thought I'd have to register at the guild while we were at it, but as that felt like it would count as work hours in a way, I left it for another day. If I only wanted to exchange magic stones, I could do that on my own. Then the afternoon construction work began. We'd made considerable progress, and it felt as if we'd entered the final stretch. The walls were done, so she began putting the wooden roof on. Finally, we carried chairs and tables made from the extra lumber into the building. I'd helped with that bit. The wood really was surprisingly easy to cut, and I hadn't gotten tired. Clearly, my level was indeed high. By evening, the remodel of the house in the Highlands had been completed without any mishaps. Yes, splendid. Looking at it from outside, I felt satisfied. The room that had been partially demolished earlier had been turned into an enclosed corridor that led to the addition, a log cabin-style area with a peaked roof. The cabin had its own external door, so it was possible to enter directly. The addition had a high ceiling and rooms on its second story. On the first floor, in addition to a shared space, there were 3 individual rooms, meaning my apprentice's privacy was guaranteed. Even if I picked up more apprentices, we'd be able to accommodate them. I mean, at this point, I had absolutely no intention of doing that, but... Excellent work, Laika. I'm very glad it pleases you, Lady Azusa. Laika seemed rather pleased herself. Since she appeared to be the same age as a middle school girl, the expression was very cute on her. Alright. We will need to go back to the village and tell them the house is finished. They may be getting the guest room again ready for us again today. Thank you very much for doing so much to help me fit in the village. There she went again. Laika was probably raised very well. I said I'd be your teacher. I'm only doing what a teacher would do. I haven't done anything special. It was nothing to brag about. It was only natural to take care of my apprentice. People didn't have to avoid her simply because she was a dragon. After all, no matter how you looked at her, she was a person. Well, let's have ourselves a feast in the village today, shall we? Wait, can dragons eat human food? Up until now, she'd eaten the same food as I had as if it was normal, but yes, when I'm transformed into a human, I'm able to eat like one. Apparently it was no cause for concern. If I eat enough to fill a human's belly, it provides enough nutrition for me to survive as a dragon. That ability seemed a bit like cheating. If we always flew, I wouldn't get enough exercise, so we walked to the village. On the way, we ran into slimes again, so we took them out. Laika swiped at one with a hand like she was fanning dust away, and it sent it flying. That was all it took to finish it off. It was intact from a dragon after all. Come to think of it, I've never killed slimes before. There were none on the mountain where I lived. They were a low-level monster besides. Somehow, fighting them at all seems like a waste of time. I mean, it doesn't even feel like a battle. You'd think so, wouldn't you? It's important to do this and stick with it, though. As the proverb says, slow and steady wins the race. I went out of my way to sound teacherly. As a matter of fact, since I couldn't teach her any techniques, it was really the only thing I could say. Certainly, if we dragons had been killing slimes for ages, we might have become even stronger by now. I will emulate your way of life, teacher. That's right, I think patience is probably key. Maybe because we were deliberately confronting slimes, it took us 5 minutes longer than usual to reach the village. However, at the village entrance, Laika began peering intently at the air, then gazing at the ground. Her eyes darted around as if this were her first visit. Is something bothering you? To be honest, yes, Laika admitted. I'm the type who worries about these things forever, so don't hint, just tell me. This village's magical defenses are extremely weak. If a single evil magician came here, it could turn this into a sea of flames in an instant. Ah, well, there's no point in assuming worst-case scenarios like that. But that isn't all. No measures have been taken against land-based attacks, either. If a large monster went on a rampage, it would get into the village right away. Even in a fight with humans, it'd be conquered immediately. It might have been because she was a dragon, but Laika seemed to focus rather heavily on combat when she looked at things. Of course, I do think that's because this village has always been peaceful. However, there's no guarantee it will remain so forever. You might be overthinking. I'd lived 300 years so far, and since this village didn't have much strategic value, even during a war, I didn't think anyone would see it as a problem. The information that you're the strongest has begun spreading only recently, though, Lady Azusa. It isn't a given that some coward won't take the village hostage in an attempt to defeat you. At that point, Laika cleared her throat, flushing a bit. Of course, I fought you fairly, without doing anything so spineless, she added, pointing out she wasn't that type. Yes, you were quite honorable there. Even so, I don't know whether things will change in the future. Word of the Great Witch has reached my mountain, and that's more than 2 full days from this village as the human walks. You have a point. I had to make sure the village didn't suffer because of me, no matter what. I couldn't allow that. Should we relocate to the village then? But we just rebuilt the house, and I'd hate to move right away. Anyway, I'm not beep. It's censored, so I can't provide 24-hour security. I believe there are measures we can take. How? It was embarrassing to ask my apprentice, but I hadn't even known about my own prowess for more than a month. If this were a new job, I'd still be in training, so there was no help for it. Let us use magic to cast a barrier. Can we do that? I don't have anything like that in my spell list. I can use the following spells: teleportation, levitation, flame, whirlwind, item appraisal, earthquake, ice and snow, lightning attack, mind control, break spell, detoxify, reflect spell, mana absorption, language comprehension, transformation, spell creation. There wasn't anything barrier related in there. At least, I didn't think there was. You had something called spell creation, didn't you? We can use that to create our own barrier. Create our own? We can do that? DIY. In this day and age, I guess even spells are homemade. Is it that easy to make new spells? That's incredibly versatile. Ordinarily, it's impossible. For one thing, the spell for magic creation is ultra advanced. This had to be a level 99 thing. It's extraordinarily difficult to create a spell that does not exist, but it should be possible to create a barrier that will protect a city. Let's try it tomorrow. Thanks to my apprentice, I'd learned something that hadn't even occurred to me before. Taking her on might have been the right move. We ate at the Savvy Eagle, the village restaurant, then retired to our new home. The next day, Laika and I ventured to a high hill overlooking the village. I say ventured, but we were very close to the house. I could actually see it from here. From here, I believe we'll be able to cover all directions. Then Laika reverted to her dragon form and began scratching at the ground with her sharp claws. At times like this, it was definitely more efficient to be a large dragon. Are you planning to till this area and plant the field? I'm drawing a magic circle. Spells with long-term effects are more reliable if you use these. Oh, I see. I'd begun using magic in earnest only a month ago, but since I'd been reading grimoires for a while, I did know the basics. Attack spells and other magic with temporary effects tended to work even if your chant was off the cuff, and in certain situations, you could use them without chanting at all. You didn't need magic circles. In other words, it was okay to be a little sloppy with the temporary ones. However, when casting spells like this barrier, which had to last a long time and maintain its effectiveness, it was best to use a magic circle. It wasn't that they were certain to fail without a circle, but an effect meant to last half a year could end after only 3 days. As I hadn't been aware I could use a variety of spells, I hadn't memorized the details of how to draw magic circles, but given Laika was drawing the hexagon typical for defense spells, that was probably what this was. Still, you dragons know a lot about magic too, don't you? If your life is 300 years long, it's a waste to spend it lazing around. That's why I ended up studying magic in an attempt to improve myself, although I don't even use it. What? You're a poser? In 3 centuries, I had never once thought of cultivating myself. Possibly as a reaction to my history of slaving away, I developed the mindset of what was important in life was relaxation. Plus, back when I belonged to the company, work had been the only thing on my mind, and I'd never managed to take it easy. If I had, I wouldn't have ended up working myself to death. Now that I think about it, though, perhaps I should have spent that time habitually killing slimes or other similar monsters. On some level, I was proud, and I neglected to accrue experience. True, once your strength reaches a certain level, you don't even feel like fighting. That was probably true for human adventurers as well. I couldn't imagine level 50s went around killing petty slimes. They'd probably only fought heavyweights like dragons. That said, battles with the big shots almost never happened. They might occur about as often as a festival, maybe even less than once a year. As a result, levels plateaued at a certain point. On top of that, as a rule, your body responds well only during a limited window of time in your life, so as people age, they grow weaker. As far as that went, not only had I maintained the appearance and physical age of a 17-year-old, I'd killed slimes routinely, so the buildup had been enormous. Alright, the magic circle is complete. Yes, unless you were the size of a dragon, it would be completely impractical to make such an enormous magic circle. So I just stand in the center of this and chant? There were some exceptions, but that was usually what it took to activate them. I think that will do it. Now, come up with a chant as cool as you. My apprentice hit me with a ridiculous request. Laika and I had talked over it beforehand and decided what sort of barrier it should be. It was fairly advanced, but since I was level 99, I had confidence it would go well. Ye with wicked hearts, may this net ensnare you and rob you of freedom. As if by its own will, it shall fall on thee. Ha! I felt as if power were pouring out of me from my head to my toes. A golden light flew toward the town, enveloped it, and winked out. Did that work? Something infused with your wishes flew toward the village, Lady Azaza, so it will be fine. If my apprentice says it'll be okay, no doubt it will be. By the way, the barrier I'd cast had a couple of effects. First, it covered the village with a magic shield. This way, if an attack came in from far away, we'd be able to block it. That was how normal barriers worked. The other effect was something original. If people with malicious hearts entered the village, the barrier would detect them and wrap around them like a net, immobilizing them. Apparently, clerics who work at shrines were able to use spells that trapped evildoers, and I'd combined one of those with the spell. To be honest, there's almost no precedent for giving a single magic barrier multiple effects. It was possible because you used spell creation, Lady Azaza, and because you were a witch of the highest order. Leica was heaping on the praise so much that it was a little embarrassing. Since I've accrued so much power, I'll have to use it for good. I'd skated along for 3 centuries, but I had taken care of the village. The reason was simple. This was my home turf. I made my home in the highlands, but I lived alongside the residents of this nearby hamlet, and the villagers thought so as well. If Flata disappeared, I wouldn't be able to live with myself in that mountain house. The village of Flata was like the nearest town with a train station. I wanted to be useful to the place where I lived, at least. That had been my motive for making medicines and why I treated sick people. For 300 years, that had been my reason for being. The thing that gave value to my existence. This barrier was in line with that perspective, so I'd cast it right away. If I managed to protect the village, it would make me happy and give meaning to my accidental ascension to level 99. It did seem that I might start getting requests to go save other villages and towns after this, which raised concerns about the future, but alright, let's return to the village and report this to the chief. In that case, please ride on my back. No, I'll walk this time. I'd eaten quite a bit yesterday and wanted to get my exercise in. When we explained the matter to the village chief, he was so happy he cried. Enormous tears streamed down his face, so much so that I started worrying he would get dehydrated. That's splendid. You really do think about Flata, Great Witch of the Highlands. It's just that I heard the news of my strength is getting around, and I wanted to take precautions. I can't say that someone who takes pride in their own prowess won't do something to the village. Say someone challenged me the way Leica had, and I accepted in one. I couldn't guarantee the loser wouldn't strike at the village in a bid for revenge. It was probably also true that, because of me, the name of Flata was becoming more well known. That increased the odds of troublemakers showing up. No, the concern that the village's security might be weak has come up on the agenda frequently over the past 500 years. Now at last the problem is solved. If it's been an issue that long, just do something about it already. Still, people tend to avoid taking safety measures until they get burned. They're generally stingy with the budget until then too. Nobody wants to sink money into something that might turn out to be nothing. Why don't we erect a copper statue of you, Great Witch? I wager all the villagers will agree to it. Whatever you do, please don't. Someone who craved the limelight might have been happy with such an honor, but the idea left me completely cold. Since we'd finished with the subject of the barrier, Leica and I returned to the remodeled house. The problem with this type of security system is that it's hard to tell how well it's working when things are peaceful. It's like how you don't need doctors while you're healthy. If you want to see a doctor if a doctor is good, you need to be sick or injured. That said, it would be best if things stayed so quiet that we'd never get to find out. So, we'd finished the day's real business, but there was still something I had to check. Laika's cooking. Since the two of us would be living together, we'd need to share the cooking and cleaning. Preferably, I wanted my apprentice to shoulder most of it. That said, if I left all of it to her, I'd risk rotting as a human being, so I planned to do a good bit of work myself. The work was 50-50. However, if Laika's cooking was irredeemably awful, 50-50 wouldn't work. To that end, today I was holding a test. First and foremost, do dragons even cook? You'd think they just gobble things down raw. Yes, after all, we aren't barbarians. Dragons are a noble race. We cook properly. Laika puffed out her chest. I've purchased a good area of groceries. Make something with them, alright? Yes, I understand. I'll do my best. Laika went into the kitchen, seeming pretty enthusiastic. In this world, they have metal tanks filled with flame magic, and it's possible to use them to adjust fires. However, they're luxury items, so they tend to be utilized only by the rich. The more frugal use stones that you can strike together to create sparks and set some dry straw alight. If you can use flame magic, you do. Ever since I'd learned I could use it, I'd stuck to that method. Fire is very versatile, so magicians try to learn it first. Laika exhaled a small stream of fire breath as if she were whispering. I see, she can use flames even when she's in her girl form. Okay, that's a good amount of fire. No problems at that moment. Calm down, calm down. I am a dragon. I'm not a woman to be perturbed over something like this. She does seem pretty flustered. Is she going to be okay? It's worth noting I was only overhearing her. I decided not to look at what she was making. If I watched the whole time, I might have made her nervous, and I wouldn't have been able to anticipate whatever food she brought out. About 30 minutes later, I heard a cheerful voice announced, "It's finished!" Now then, what exactly has she cooked up? The first plate held a large salad. Some medicinal herbs were only faintly bitter and could be eaten either raw or boiled. Several of these were incorporated. What drew the eye more than anything was the enormous omelette on another plate. She must have used about 10 eggs. I do like omelets, but this might have too many calories, don't you think? It's my ultimate masterpiece. Go on, try it. Well, the issue of portion sizes was secondary. What really mattered was the flavor. I took the first bite. Oh, it's delicious! What a superb, fluffy, silky texture. And you filled it with sautéed onions and carrots? That part was standard. Even so, at this size, if the whole thing was that flavor, I could get tired of it. Huh? It tastes different now. Oh, if you go a little to the side, there's cheese too. That's right. I added small portions of different flavors to the omelette. It makes finding out what's underneath the egg a little more fun. Still, I'm surprised you managed to make such a huge omelette. When I went back to get the money, I picked up my cooking utensils and things as well. She was that eager to become an apprentice? By now, I was appreciating her enthusiasm. Laika, girl, you're pretty good. The huge omelette was made so that you could enjoy a grand total of 4 different flavors. It was a lot like one of those giant rice balls with different fillings in different areas. Frankly, this is fantastic. I've only seen the omelette and the salad, but I'll acknowledge that you do indeed have cooking skills. Thank you very much. I'll continue to do my very best. Laika seemed thrilled at the praise. My apprentice knew how to take a compliment about something perfectly normal, and I was grateful for the chance to offer them properly. It was a win-win relationship. The only thing is, I do think he might have used too many eggs. Maybe pay a little more attention to balance, alright? My apologies. When I cook, my values as a dragon stay with me no matter what I do. Isn't your appetite the same as a human's when you're in your girl form? She didn't seem to have eaten all that much at the restaurant. I can get by with smaller servings than I could as a dragon, but those portions really don't seem like enough. They make me feel as if I'm dieting. Even an omelet this enormous must have seemed pretty low-cal to a dragon. From now on, go ahead and order without holding back, alright? I felt like I was at risk of a little heartburn, so I drank some medicine that was good for the digestive system. It was made entirely from herbs, so I didn't have to worry about how much I took. And just then, I felt something like a premonition. That's weird. I think something just happened in the village. Do you suppose the barrier had been triggered? True, we had set the barrier up that day, and it might have been why I felt ill. In all of my 300 years, I'd never experienced this before. That being the case, it made sense to go check. Laika, we're going to the village. Yes, ma'am. Laika had switched to her dragon form, and I rode through the night on her back. As always, she changed to her girl form just outside the village. Then she went in with me. From a distance, I could see people lighting a bonfire. That meant something had happened. Excuse me, what's going on? Oh, it's the Great Witch and her apprentice. You came right away. Amid the uproar, the village chief, who had already arrived, explained. Although I knew roughly what to expect thanks to the man lying hogtied on the ground. A man came to the village after nightfall, and he suddenly couldn't move. That must have been the bound man. When we asked around, we learned that he's a wanted thief who'd been plundering the province lately. I expect he pilfered in a nearby town and then drifted over into our village. The barrier worked then. That's right, it's all thanks to you, Great Witch. I see. So the power over malicious people works on thieves too. I was scoping out the tavern from the back door, thinking I'd steal something, and all of a sudden, I couldn't move. What the hell is this? The culprit confessed. I was going to filch something from the tavern, then make my getaway during the night. Then the barrier had indeed responded to a clearly wicked intent. That's wonderful, Lady Azusa. It worked immediately. Laika was happy too. True, it did prove useful to the village. Regardless, I didn't deserve all the praise here. I wanted to keep things fair. Residents of Flata, my apprentice Laika was the one who suggested this barrier. Please express your gratitude to her as well. I patted Laika's back, giving her a push. The villagers liked doling out compliments, and their eyes turned to Laika. I knew the Great Witch's apprentice would be different. Having a dragon with a good heart here is like having 100 more people on our side. This village is going to be a real comfortable place to live. Yep, that's right. I'm proud of my student. Bring on the praise. No, Lady Azusa is the one who created this barrier. I really didn't do any... Laika seemed embarrassed, but if she was going to be my apprentice, she'd have to get used to this as well. This is rather awkward, isn't it? It doesn't feel terrible though, does it? My educational policy was foster growth through praise. Why? Because when I was a wage slave, no one ever had a kind word for me. They ran me ragged, and the frustration built up. I'd spent only 5 years in that environment, but even after 300 years as a witch, those memories were still clear as day. As a rule, people like being complimented. In education, it might be bad to do nothing but praise people, but I'd like to give accolades wherever I can. If that generates enthusiasm, that's a very good thing, isn't it? At any rate, there'd been no damage to the village, and I was really glad about that. And with that relief came a yawn. Then we'll take our leave. Sleep well. If you would like, you may spread the word that your village is under the protection of a dragon. Lady Azusa loves this village, and I will defend it as well. Now, if you'll excuse me. Like and I return to our house in the Highlands. Lady Azusa, since the barrier activated slightly, it might be best to recast it tomorrow. That sounds like a pain. After that, word traveled that a witch had created a barrier to protect the village of Flata. I'd managed to contribute to the peace of the village, and I considered it an honor. Okay. Let's see, I got 3 pages left in this chapter, and the ads are about to start real soon. I'm going to actually take a quick breather because I can tell my voice is starting to kind of waver a little bit. Plus, I gotta go ahead and refill my glass and unfill the bladder, so I shall return. I will be right back. Yes, hydrate the spinet. Yeah, it's time to lubricate. I actually have to wonder. I mean, I still have some of the, I still have like the voice tonic and booster that I was gifted. I still have some of that left. So I'll need to make sure that I use more of that. I didn't use any of it today, because hindsight being 2020. But also, I think there's also other like throat lubes that you can use that also help keep your vocal cords hydrated as well. I need to look into using some of those as well. Stuff that you can use like during and not just beforehand, like the Voice 37. Anyway, I will be right back. So, actually I'll put up I'll actually switch to the be right back thing, or the please stand by. And I will return in a few minutes. have returned. Okay. So anyway, let me go ahead and finish off the rest of this chapter. And then we'll switch over to the other book. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Since we'd resolved the problem of the barrier, I began Laika's lessons in earnest. That said, there was really nothing I could teach her. I wandered around the highlands with Laika in her girl form. If we encountered a slime, I killed it and retrieved the magic stone immediately. That was it. I did, however, move fast. The moment the slime entered my field of vision, my hands were already moving. I'd poked the lowly monster quickly with a finger. That was all it took for the slime to expire and vanish. I took its magic stone and put it in my bag. Amazing! Your movements were so quick that I couldn't follow them with my eyes. I may not look it, but I've been killing slimes for 300 centuries, you know. For 3 centuries, you know. When it came to slime slaying, I was most definitely first class. Although, it was doubtful whether that was something to brag about. After you've killed slimes for a while, your body starts reacting and killing them automatically. Once that happens, I'm sure your level will begin rising rapidly. I understand. I'll work hard so that someday I'll be able to stand on equal footing with you, Lady Asusa. As she said this, she spotted a slime, thrust out a hand, and knocked it away. Laika's attack power was significant, so she could kill them with the light pump from her hands or feet. By the way, Lady Asusa, approximately how many slimes did you kill each day? Let's see. About 25? Oh, but I had an effect that increased the number of experience points I acquire, so practically speaking, I suppose it would be about 50. Well, it wasn't likely that I just barely reached level 99 when I checked. After all, even when you hit level 99, your total experience points would keep increasing. So I thought that was probably a more accurate number. I just didn't know what it was. Even 50 seemed surprisingly easy. I just assumed you'd put in backbreaking effort. It was fair to say that I hadn't been much work at all. Listen, though, if it had been backbreaking, I couldn't have kept it up for 300 years. If you do something anyone can do way more than anyone else ever can do it, there's meaning in that. Putting it that way was like claiming I'd done something meaningful, which was a little embarrassing. I see. I'd expect no less from you, Lady Asusa. What profound words. Not only that, but Laika was deeply moved, which made it seem even more awkward. Still, there might be at least some wisdom in my choices. As a teacher, maybe I should tell her about that. Say, Laika, you mentioned backbreaking effort, but get rid of that idea, alright? Huh? Why is that? Maybe my words seemed paradoxical to her. Laika looked perplexed. You see, people put in backbreaking effort on the assumption that someone will see it. When you use that expression, you are probably at least a little proud of it. Now that you mention it. When you go through excruciating effort or training, you start feeling impressive for having done it. To a certain extent, it's unavoidable. Frankly, when I was owned by the company, I tried to consider myself notable for my efforts too. I'd also believed, unconsciously, that I was better than the more easygoing types or the unemployed. That, however, had been a big mistake. Listen, Laika. If you do something because you want people to think you're so great, and then they don't, you won't be able to endure it, or you'll lose your enthusiasm. I was able to keep this up for as long as I did because I never thought about how people would see me, but profound wisdom, like I was listening very intently. I do things because I like them and because I want to do them. If you feel that way about something, you'll be able to stick with it. Do you understand? I really am glad that I chose you as my teacher, Lady Azusa. The scales have fallen from my eyes. You mean that if I want to grow stronger, I must discard the desire to have others think well of me. Since I'm improving myself, I should face myself first. How insightful. What a deep, meaningful doctrine. I didn't think I said anything that grand. It's fine to be impressed, but don't go getting disillusioned on me later. That day, I ended the training when Laika had eliminated about 60 slimes. It's not like the slimes will ever take revenge, so be sure to kill them steadily. I live to regret that remark. Why do I always end up saying things that trigger a flag? Well, that was an interesting place to cliffhanger. So, that was the first 4 chapters of I've Been Killing Slimes for 300 Years and Maxed Out My Level, Volume 1. Again, if you liked that, be sure to go ahead and check out the novel series itself. I believe there's also a manga version of it, as well as, well, there was an anime that was out a few years ago. So by all means, definitely kind of hit that up if you enjoyed the story. Obviously, I can't read the entire book or anything like that because I don't quite have author position. I don't have full authorization to do that, so I can only do a sample of it, but I hope that you enjoyed listening to that. So, I did just go ahead and take a break a couple moments ago. So I'm going to just kind of go, let me switch the book cover image here real quick. That's odd. Oh, there we go. Okay. So this next book is called The Haunted Bookstore, Gateway to a Parallel Universe, Volume 1. Now this one I haven't actually read. I think I've read the prologue and that's about it. So I never got around to really reading this one. So let's have this a go. Hang on a second. iBooks is acting up a little bit. Oh, there we go. Okay. Prologue. A peculiar girl in the land of spirits. At the end of a remarkable back alley stood a holy tree. From the base of that tree, one could catch a glimpse of a large mirror mounted just within a shrine. A world entirely different from our own lurked just beyond the glass. The line separating the human world from the spirit realm was quite hazy. So hazy that people can easily lose their way and stumble into great danger. Every person, everything really, living in the spirit realm is some kind of monster. Any person unlucky enough to tumble into that realm of sunless darkness has to fight for their life against throngs of spirits eager to eat them alive. How do I know this? I'm Morimoto Kaori, and I was raised in the spirit realm. Yes, I'm a human. One day, when I was around 3 years old... Oh, thank you for the welcome back. One day when I was around 3 years old, I wandered away from my parents and found myself there. A peculiar spirit took me in and cared for me. A very peculiar spirit. You see, children are a real delicacy in these parts. I've got something intriguing for a man of such interests, I said. I checked the paper bag in my hand one last time before hurrying to the station. Seeing my prize put a spring in my step as I made my way through a city painted by an auburn sunset. Everyone around me looked to be in high spirits. It seemed I wasn't the only one enjoying the weight of my purse after payday. I hopped on my train to make my way home. After one transfer, I stepped off in the middle of a run-of-the-mill residential area. The sunset had dimmed to twilight. Lights winked on in the homes and buildings lining the street, while the wafting scent of curry and other dinners sent my stomach grumbling. But no one paid me the least bit of mind as I passed all this and stopped at an old deity watching the roadside. The usual offerings of flowers decorated the red-bibbed deity. Quite fashionable in my opinion. This little Buddhist statue was a dosujin, connected to the local folk beliefs. Positioned at intersections and right in the center of town, dosujin warded off any evil spirits trying to sneak into the neighborhood while also promoting the health and prosperity of the local children. Nowadays, however, most people just walked past them without a second glance. In fact, I remembered hearing that it was mostly old people who took care of the little guys now. Perhaps it was just their fate to slowly fade away as time moved on. Alas, that would be a bit of a problem for me. You see, these statues served as beacons to help me find my way home. I scanned the road to ensure I was alone before resting my hand atop the small shrine in which the statue sat. Back home, I said. The world instantly darkened, the sky slowly fading from lovely orange to black. Stars brightened the dark, too many to count, while waves of red, blue, and green washed through the sky in waving auroras. This was the sky of the spirit realm, the land of the dead, a world of perpetual night. That humble roadside deity stood guard over the very portal separating the human world from this one. Welcome back. I searched for the source of the voice until I found an adorable figure perched atop the shrine. Oh, Nya-san, I'm back, I said with a smile. The black cat lazing on top of the shrine stretched luxuriously, wagged her three tails, and gazed up at me with large round eyes. Well, somebody's late today. I'd known Nya-san since we were both little, and it was her habit to wait for me and to return every time I left the spirit realm. She could be a little direct, but that was only because she was something of a worrywart, and my best friend. Well, it's the busy period right now, I said. They're working me to the bone. Well, shouldn't you just quit then? Nya-san asked. Instead, you could just sit around and pet me all day long. See, that's a pretty good idea. We should do that. What a cat-like way of thinking. I couldn't help but laugh. No can do. I'm working in the human world because I need money. Huh, sounds annoying. I chuckled. Working is a lot more fun than you'd think. Well, I guess if you're okay with it, then that's fine. Nyasan hopped down and padded toward town. As I followed, I caught a whiff of the prize nestled in my paper bag. Oh, she was probably so impatient waiting for this particular gift. I smirked as I ran to catch up with Nyasan. Side by side, we approached a town. Yes, the spirit realm had towns. They were a bit old and mysterious, but undeniably beautiful at the same time. The majority of the buildings were made of wood. The rusty signs dangling precariously before shops had names handwritten in kanji and katakana, like something out of a bygone era. There were the usual places like the greengrocer and butcher, as well as more dubious shops like Eyeball Emporium and Flesh R Us. As we walked, lights from behind barred windows splashed onto the street, and voices spilled out from within shops. On the larger streets, we joined a crush of beings and savvy salesmen trying to pluck out customers from the throng. Alongside the usual wares, like fresh fruit and vegetables, we saw a wide variety of spirit realm specific goods such as spirits shrieking unearthly cries, strange medicines, and clothes embroidered with ominous symbols. Though the town was gas-powered, the light glowing from every home and storefront didn't come from burning fuel as it would in the human world. Here, we put little butterflies called glimmerflies into the glass bulbs that lit both streets and houses. The glimmerfly, a ghostly butterfly particular to this realm, got its name from the scales on its wings and body. As it fluttered about, those scales cast a magical glow, but sadly, the little creature would eventually burn out and fade. We always needed to gather more of them in order to keep the lanterns going, hence the need for butterfly hunters. These folks stocked the town and with bamboo baskets brimming with butterflies, and they were a classic feature of the spirit realm's landscape. But the glimmerflies were special for more than just their ability to glow. Glad to see you back, Kari-chan. I see you're still quite popular with the glimmerflies, a snake-haired woman called out. Well, it's pretty nice not to need a lamp, I admitted. A flurry of glimmerflies clustered nearby, but they avoided the woman in favor of me. You see, they seemed to prefer humans. I was certainly a sight to behold in the spirit town as I strolled through with a glimmerfly swarm fluttering around me. These days, it made me more approachable to the supernatural beings inhabiting this realm, but I had actually hated glimmerflies as a kid. Whenever they swarmed around me, it had reminded me that I was a stranger to this realm. As a child, I had sobbed, thrashing at the little bugs, trying to push them away so they would stop marking me out as different, as other. It had been bad knowing I didn't really belong. I didn't need a constant glowing reminder. But that had been a long time ago. Now I was grown up, and they no longer bothered me. In fact, the glimmerflies served as a convenient light source. Once I'd learned to deal with them, I could finally appreciate them for their beauty. A woman with a face devoid of any features called out to me. Hi, strangeling. I'll be by later to drop off some vegetables, so leave your door open, okay? She ran a Japanese confectionery shop, so well known for its delicious treats that a line formed outside it first thing in the morning every day. I was still always the first one who got to sample her latest creations. Wow, that's great, thanks, I called back. Swing on by sometime this weekend, Kari-chan. I've got a new treat I'd like you to try. Nyasan perked up. Ooh, I'm coming too. Oh, this is for you, strangeling, another supernatural well-wisher said. For me, thank you. I'd hardly made any progress down the road, and already my arms were full of gifts. I had to jog to catch up with Nyasan, who waited patiently for me farther down the street. Looks like you've scored again, Nyasan said. Not bad. Even with all these gifts, we didn't linger. Even though I was more or less accepted in town as the strangeling, the spirit realm could be a dangerous place for humans. Thankfully, the local spirits regularly showered me with kindness, a side humans rarely ever saw. Meow. Yasan mewed as we reached the end of the road, where a two-story wooden house that had certainly seen better days awaited us. Part of the first floor was dedicated to a retail space, marked by the decrepit wooden sign that clung desperately to the wall. Book rentals. This was my home, the one and only bookstore in the entire spirit realm. I slid the glass door open and called out, "I'm home!" The glimmerflies scattered as a smell of incense hit my nose. I flung the door wide and stepped into the shop. The creak of the floorboards transported me to yet another world, one where I was home. The room wasn't big by any means, only around 16 square meters or so. The bookshelves covering the walls stood so tall, you couldn't see their tops. Several old battle-scarred ladders leaned against the shelves. Glimmerfly bulbs dangled around the room, attempting to illuminate bookshelves that had long gone amber with age. The bright spines of the books jammed on those shelves seemed to float in the dim lighting, almost as if they were hovering around the shop. Mysteries abounded within the spirit realm's only bookstore. For one thing, the ceiling loomed far higher than seemed possible from the outside. First-time visitors often gawked at the height of the shelves. Obviously, this implied the shop had had more than one floor, and while there was a stairwell in the main house, sometimes you could find yourself on the second floor without climbing a single step. Moreover, no matter how packed those shelves became, we never ran out of space for more books. How did it all work? Well, if the shop owner knew, he certainly wasn't telling. Trade secrets, you know? I called out again as I passed the bookshelf dedicated to new releases, which was placed smack dab in the middle of the main room. "Hey, you asleep? I said I'm home." A thin, raspy voice finally answered. "Oh, you're back." As I slid open the door connecting the store to the main house, my gaze fell upon a man lying on the tatami flooring. My adopted father, the very peculiar spirit who'd taken me in as a child. An older man, around his 40s or so, he usually wore a stern expression that was easily undermined by his sleepy gaze and unkempt facial hair. When silent, he scowled, and when talking, he wore a perpetual look of disappointment, a lifelong habit as far as I could tell. In short, he was pretty much like any other middle-aged man. Only the two horns sticking out of his forehead and the light scale pattern covering his skin indicated that he wasn't human. I sighed and started to gather up the papers scattered across the floor. Glancing over at his tea table, I found the rest of his manuscript beside his uneaten lunch. "Really, Shinonome-san?" I asked. "Looks like you got too into your writing and forgot to eat again. Listen, if you're only going to get so hungry that you pass out like this, you really should just eat. You're going to get sick one of these days, you know?" "Well, if you were going to come home back sooner or later, I figured we could just eat together," he grumbled. Shinonome-san didn't bother to turn toward me as he spoke, running his long nails through his graying hair. All I could do was sigh again. Here he was, wearing his best yukata, and now it was thoroughly wrinkled from his floor nap. Flashes of pale flesh peeked out from the rumpled folds. Day in and day out, I was always chastising him for his careless behavior, but nothing ever changed. He just couldn't wrap his mind around the fact that I wanted a father figure who at least pretended to care about how he presented himself. Come on, grow up and stop being so shabby, I moaned. As per usual, Shinonome-san just waved his hand as if he was dismissing a bothersome fly. I don't get what all the screeching's about. And I have no idea how you managed to grow up like this, considering how I raised you. Now, why don't you just get married and get out of my hair, you twit? I'll do no such thing until you finally learn how to take care of yourself, I sniffed. Just imagine if I came back here to find my first baby, to have my first baby and had to show off to a feeble old man for a dad. No thanks. Apparently, this struck a nerve, because he snatched up the rice ball from his lunch and started chomping on it. I'm making your favorite for dinner tonight. Fried minced cutlets, I sang. If you don't hurry up and clean up this mess, I'm just gonna have to eat them all by myself. Really? He choked, his eyes flashing. And any alcohol? I've got that too, but just one bottle. Fantastic! He chuckled ruefully, although he did finally start to clean. I tied on an apron and left him to it, turning toward the kitchen. Just as I was about to step out, though a huge ball of yarn bounced past my feet. Watch out, Nya-san, I could have tripped, I cried. Any fish for me? Nya-san asked. She blinked up at me with large, bright eyes. She was usually a sleepy creature, so the effect of those twinkling eyes was not insignificant. They always made me feel a twinge of jealousy. Of course. A low growl reverberated deep in Nya-san's throat, like some kind of laugh. Well, that's good then. She padded to the corner, snagging her toy in her teeth, and proudly carried it over. At last, I'd gotten the whole weird family together. Sighing with exhaustion, I rolled up my sleeves and headed to the kitchen. I oven-fried the cutlets in the toaster oven until they were nice and crunchy before plating them with some potato salad and cherry tomatoes. I added bowls of freshly cooked rice, some seaweed and miso soup, and a pickled vegetable I'd recently found. Finally, I set down a bottle of beer for Shinonome-san. Heh, not bad, I mused. The minced cutlets were pretty big and made from Japanese beef, a delicacy we hardly could have afforded were it not for my payday. I figured they would be perfect, covered in sauce with a bit of mustard. As I carried them to the living room, I heard Shinonome-san meeting a guest in the shop. Hello, said Shinonome-san. Yes. Hi, mumbled the guest. The guest, Goblin, bowed his horned head to when he noticed my arrival. It wasn't too unusual for us to receive a customer so late in the day. The spirit realm didn't have much in the way of entertainment, which made our bookstore fantastically popular. The spirits here could get their hands on various sundry items from the human realm, including books and other entertainment, but those kinds of things came in limited quantity and at a high price, all of which contributed to the popularity of our little bookshop at the outskirts of town. Well, judging by Shinonome-san's perplexed expression, something was amiss. What, don't have enough? This is already heavily discounted, you know. Would this cover it? Goblin desperately reached into his pocket and pulled out some colored pebbles from a riverbank. Sorry, I can't just rent out my books for some pretty rocks. Goblin visibly wilted. He likely lived far out in the mountains, in a place where money had little worth. Like many of our customers, he'd arrived with few coins to his name. Shinonome-san scowled as he studied the dejected goblin. He scratched his face and took a long draw from the smoking pipe. Alright then, he conceded. If you tell me what the most interesting experience you've ever had, I'll consider you paid up. How does that sound? All you have to do is talk and you can borrow a book. Not a bad offer, I'd say. Goblin brightened and cheerfully launched into his story. Shortly thereafter, he hurried away with a book of fairy tales hugged against his chest. Do you really think a story about someone's loincloth getting washed down the river will sell for anything? I asked. Shinonome-san huffed as he scrawled the story we just heard into his notebook. Hard to say. This was one reason why we were poor. If we'd lived out in the mountains like Goblin, we'd have no need for money. But living in a home just outside a busy shopping district instead didn't come cheap. Despite that, Shinonome-san often cut deals like this, further eating into our profits. If only he charged all our customers, we'd have more than enough for the two of us to live on. Instead, I had no choice but to go out and work a part-time job in the human world just to make ends meet. Alas, there was just no getting around the continuous flow of penniless mountain spirits who came down here yearning for books. As the daughter of a bookstore owner, I was an avid reader myself and also wanted to help get books into the hands of as many people as possible, so I sympathized, but it didn't make our situation any easier to manage. As we stood there in silence, our shoulders slumped in unison, Shinonome-san finally spoke up. I guess dinner's gone cold, huh? Want me to reheat the cutlets? No, it's fine. They'll get too dry if you do. That's true. Just as we finally sat down to eat, a commotion sounded outside. What now? What's going on out there? I asked. A spirit-related incident wasn't exactly rare around these parts. I glanced out at the road, running past the shop, figuring someone must be kicking up a fuss as usual. Right as I looked outside, a rush of air blasted past, and a flurry of glimmerflies darted off towards something. Well, that's strange, I murmured, seeing a flurry of glimmerflies like that. My heart began to race. Of all the strange things I'd seen in the spirit realm, this was entirely new. I turned back to Shinonome-san, hoping he might know something, but before I even had a chance to ask, he was charging outside, wooden sandals in hand. I'll be back, he called. He hopped back and forth from one foot to the next before he finally slipped on his sandals and took off at a run, holding the edge of his yukata up and out of the way. Hey, wait up! What's going on? I shouted. Nothing to worry about, Kaori. Just stay inside. No way! Wah! My vehement refusal distracted Shinonome-san just enough that he stumbled. He took a few more wobbly steps forward before spinning around to face me. Why? I told you to stay inside. Who knows what dangers might be out here? Fine by me. I'll bring Nya-san, no problem. Nya-san was conveniently already padding around by my feet, so I reached down and grabbed her by the scruff of her neck. Meow! She let out a screech, but I didn't have time to concern myself with her dignity. Just stop it and listen to me for once, you twit, Shinonome-san howled. I don't see what the big deal is. You're just an overprotective old man. Gah! Where did I go wrong raising you, huh? Oh, shush. I shoved my shoes on and dashed outside, but by the time I got there, Shinonome-san was already gone. Are you really going, Kaori? Nya-san asked. Those big eyes were all worry this time. Sorry, but I have a bad feeling about this. I shoved my anxiety aside and rushed ahead. I couldn't shake the image of the glimmer flies. I knew of only one thing that could attract a swarm like that. I skidded to a stop on the main road where the glimmer flies flitted frantically. My eyes darted everywhere, searching for Shinonome-san, but I couldn't see him through the thick veil of beating glimmerfly wings. There was just no way I'd be able to find him in this. "Shinonome-san, where are you?" I called. Before the words had even left my mouth, a fat droplet splashed to the ground. The rain rapidly intensified, and one by one, the glimmerflies fled the watery onslaught. There! As the curtain of glowing insects dispersed, I finally caught sight of Shinonome-san. Relief washed over me, but it only lasted a split second before cold dread rushed through my veins to replace it. The glimmerflies fluttered about, illuminating the dark, gloomy world of the spirit realm. My father stood among them, drenched in rain. At his feet lay a boy with white hair, sprawled on his side with blood oozing out of his wounds. A human boy. Chapter 1. The Obake Recluse. The rain drummed down outside the window, blocking what little light this realm of perpetual night received. Hence our heavy reliance on glimmerflies. 2 insect-powered lamps lit the room now, casting eerie, uneven glows. "This looks disgusting," the boy said, scowling at the bowl he shoved back at me. "I only eat the highest quality organic rice, cooked in a clay pot." He turned away with a huff, but glanced back at me from the corner of his eye. "Hey, what are you looking at me like that? Is this how you treat injured patients?" "I think it's a perfectly acceptable look for people who barge into someone else's house and put on airs, like you," I said. "Besides, you sure look to be in pretty good spirits. I hardly think you need taken care of." I poured the uneaten rice porridge back into the pot and glared at the boy. He called himself Shirai Sumie. He was pale everywhere, from skin with hardly any pigment to his shock of white hair, though he did have brown eyes. The overall effect was still like one of those somber pretty boys from a manga. "Of course I need to be taken care of. Can't you see I'm injured?" Though that haughty tone certainly didn't fit the pretty boy image. Okay, fine. Suime was actually as injured as he claimed. A bandage covered the cut on his forehead. The wound wasn't deep, but it bled a ton, like head wounds tend to do. That's right, he was still a victim in all this, so I needed to be nice. It had already occurred to me that his arrogance might be his way of masking some sort of mental distress. My shoulders slumped as I thought of Shinonome-san, the person who first taught me that lesson. "Alright, looks like I don't have much of a choice," I sighed. "I'll be looking after you, but the moment you're better, I want you out, human." "Huh?" Suime narrowed his eyes to examine me. "But you're human too, lady. What are you doing here?" "I don't need to explain myself to you." I turned my back on my self-proclaimed patient and headed for the kitchen. Mind wandering back to how this had all come back to be my problem. It had started the night before, in fact. The rain pounded down, soaking through my clothes, making them cling to my skin. I wanted to pluck the wet fabric away, but there was no time for that. I looked at my father in horror. He stood frozen amid the downpour. "It looks like you killed him," I trailed off. "I did no such thing, that much I can promise," Shinonome-san insisted. "Fair enough. I doubt you even could." "Oh, shut up, you." "So, you're gonna fess up?" I told you, that's not what happened. So there's nothing for me to fess up to. This isn't the human world, you know. There won't be any police to come looking for the culprit. Idiot. And, hey, didn't I tell you not to follow me? Shinonome-san covered his face with his hands and tilted his head up toward the sky. Ah well, might as well stop teasing him already. I set Nya-san down so I could kneel at the boy's side. His eyes, lined with white lashes, were squeezed shut. He wouldn't be walking anytime soon. The pouring rain washed away the blood oozing from his forehead, dyeing the ground beneath him red. Is he alive? Shinonome-san asked. Yes, it seems like he's just unconscious. Despite how the bleeding makes it look, his injury isn't all that bad. Even with the rain, some of the glimmerflies stubbornly lingered, their light illuminating the boy's face. His forehead was cold to the touch, though that might have been due to the rain. In any case, we couldn't leave him here. His condition would surely worsen. Given the bleeding, it might even prove fatal. We needed to move him indoors and fast. Besides, judging by the swarming glimmerflies, he was definitely human. Someone's going to eat him if we just leave him here, I said. We've got to do something, right? The denizens of the town were starting to take notice of the unusual glimmerfly swarm. It wouldn't be long before spirits of all shapes and sizes were drawn to this place, and they'd no doubt be quite pleased to find an unconscious human just waiting for them. Kaori? For some reason, my whole body was trembling. Even though I didn't have any real memories of when I'd entered the spirit realm, just the thought of this boy getting lost and winding up here suddenly filled me with despair. Then Shinonome-san wrapped his arms around me. My father's gentle warmth transferred through his large palms and into me, slowly easing my anxiety. As long as I had this peculiar spirit by my side, I knew I'd be fine. Nya-san finally broke the silence. So, what do you want to do, Kaori? You're gonna take him back to his world, right? I knew it would be wise to heed her suggestion. All we had to do was get him to an ambulance. Medical professionals would whisk him off to a hospital where he could be reunited with his family. In fact, I could leave as soon as the ambulance arrived. I was very much on board with his idea and was just about to agree when a hand grabbed me. Ah, the unconscious voice finally woke up. Don't leave me. Stay here. A feverish flush lit his cheeks. His brown eyes gazed right through me. Immediately after muttering his plea, he fell back into unconsciousness. He was like a sickly child reaching for his mother. Oh no. We can't just leave the kid here like this. Shinonome-san shook his head. He hefted Tsuhime over his shoulder. Shinonome-san, I gasped. All he offered was a non-committal shrug. Remember when you were young? No matter how tiny the spirit, how weak the animal, you could never turn your back on them. Well, that's the same here. Damn. He shot me a teasing grin. I guess the blame falls on whoever raised their kid like that, huh? You gotta be ready to take responsibility. With that, we made our slow way down the street, the boy slung over Shinonome-san's shoulder. He'd be coming home with us after all. The idea prodded at some strange, dark memories deep within me, but what else could we do? Thanks, I muttered along the way. It's nothing really, Shinonome-san said. Oh, but hey, you could pay me back by making meat for dinner tomorrow. Something big, thick, and juicy that practically falls off the plate. That stopped me right in my tracks. He had to be joking, right? You know we can't afford that. Shinonome-san just marched cheerfully on ahead, not a care in the world. God, that irresponsible little, I grumbled. Despite my frustration, the familiar banter set me at ease. Jeez, he knew just how to get to me. In the end, Shinonome-san was a great dad. I watched him carry Sumie ahead of me and smiled to myself, knowing that despite it all, I really could rely on him. It figures he'd finally give in, I sighed to myself. Despite his earlier protests, Sumie eventually caved into hunger and requested food. With no shortage of annoyance, I served him another helping of rice porridge and watched him completely clean his bowl. Perhaps he'd finally learned a little humility and gratitude for our efforts in his rescue. It was certainly edible, he said. Ungrateful brat. I wrung out his clothes with a bit more force than strictly necessary. Gah, this has to be some kind of scam, I groaned. Any normal person would have said thank you by now, you know? Maybe mentioned how they'll never forget the favor, something like that, right? And what kind of favor are you talking about? He asked. Oh, shush you. Hurry up and change your clothes. I was going to do that anyway. What had happened to the weak, helpless boy sprawled in the street with a head wound. He's become quite the brazen little interloper. He'd looked on the verge of death when we found him, but apparently we had nothing to worry about. I guess it's a positive thing that you're feeling so self-possessed, I muttered. Suime didn't respond as I shoved his clothes toward him and left the room. I hadn't seen my father for some time, so I headed to see if he'd come home yet. Shortly after dropping off Suime, Shinonome-san had left the house, and he still hadn't returned. According to the clock, it had been almost a full day. Just where had he run off to? I swear I won't forgive him if he's out playing at a time like this, I moaned. Suddenly, a commotion sounded in the store. I hurried toward the noise, assuming Shinonome-san had finally returned. Yet all that awaited me was Goblin. Good evening. Goblin's eyes darted around uneasily before he peered toward our home. Maybe he was here to see Shinonome-san. Well, he seemed a harmless sort, so I knelt down to meet him at eye level. What's wrong? I asked. Did something happen? Unfortunately, the proprietor isn't here right now. Really? Goblin sat down hard on the ground as if in shock, and thick tears trailed down his cheeks in the following instant. He lost in the following instant, he lost the last of his composure. Pushing a poor little guy like him would only make matters worse. So I kept my face as flat and calm as possible as I reached out to comfort him. What? He mumbled. Goblin tensed as I ran my hand through his straw-like hair. I didn't push him for answers, just waited patiently until he was ready. Finally, he opened his mouth. I visited my friend to see if he'd read me that book I borrowed, but he's in real bad shape, like in real bad pain. I just don't know what to do. So you came here? Goblin nodded stiffly and began to sob all over again. Thank you for telling me. You did a good job. I pulled him into a tight embrace. He shuddered, clinging tightly to my clothes with his crimson hands. He seemed badly rattled by whatever had happened to his friend. What a heavy burden to carry on all his own. Shinonome-san might have been able to help, but he was nowhere to be found at the moment. What's your friend's name? I asked gently. His voice trembled as he spoke. Yamajiji. Yamajiji was a legendary spirit said to live deep in the mountains of Kochi Prefecture in the island of Shikoku. Much like the Yamuba, He was believed to be incredibly wealthy and would often challenge humans to contests to see who could yell the loudest. Many spirits in the spirit realm didn't have their own unique name, so we usually resorted to using locations to figure out who someone was talking about. Yamajiji? Where's he from? Huh? Okay. Oh, right! I smacked my fist against my palm. I actually knew the Oboke Yamajiji. I got some details on Yamajiji's condition from Goblin. Then I started preparing. It sounded like the usual issue. I stowed a box of medicine in my bag and looked up to find Suime watching me, but I ignored him for the moment. And done. I hefted the bag onto my back and reached out for Goblin's hand. Alright, ready to go, Goblin-kun? Huh? You're coming with me? Of course, just leave it to me. I thumped my chest several times for emphasis and smiled down at Goblin. I clasped his hand, and we stepped out into town. Fortunately, the rain had finally let up, returning the world to its usual rainbow-sheen darkness. Goblin kept glancing up at me nervously as we walked, but I smiled and gestured at the sky. Hey, look. Wow, so many glimmerflies, he gasped. Pretty cool, huh? Before I knew it, the insects had surrounded us. Most spirits marveled at the sight of a human standing in a glowing cloud of glimmerflies, and Goblin proved no different. His eyes practically shimmered as he reached out for the bugs. Having fun? I asked. Yeah. I smiled. Poor Goblin was finally relaxing enough to enjoy himself. It seemed these glimmerflies could be useful for something other than illumination, huh? Thanks, guys. One landed right on my finger, almost in response to my unspoken praise. Oh, hey there. All the illumination jogged my memory. I reached into my pocket and pulled out a folded sheet of paper, inside of which were 2 stars, one yellow and the other a pale pink. I tossed one into my mouth and gave the other to Goblin's. The star melted away within the warm confines of my mouth, a sweet, sugary mixture seeping over my tongue. The faceless woman from the confectionery shop, Noporobo, often made these as a specialty item, and Shinonome-san always bought some for me. Hey, you listening? Someone grumbled. Surprise flashed over Goblin's face when I popped the candy into his mouth. But in the next moment, his cheeks flushed into a bright red and a look of sheer bliss washed across his face. He pressed his crimson hands against his cheeks and let out a contented sigh. This must be what happiness tastes like. Looks like that sweet little star candy managed to wipe away all his concerns. I had to admit, his reaction was absolutely adorable. Don't ignore me, someone growled. Eh? I seized up as someone grabbed my collar and yanked me back. Spinning around, I found Suime staring blankly back at me. What, you wanted some too? No, he looked supremely annoyed. Then go back home and rest, I said. You're a helpless patient in need of diligent nursing, aren't you? At this, Suime stuck out his lip. What, and sit idly by while the person who saved my life puts themselves in harm's way? Suime reached out and clung to my arm. I blinked. Admittedly, there was something handsome about that stoic, emotionless face of his. His voice was always unusually calm and level. Yet now his eyes wavered, revealing his worry. Apparently, he really was concerned about my well-being. You know, I'm surprised you're such a nice guy, I said. Suime furrowed his brow. Surprise is a little rude, I think. You know, unlike the Yamajiji isn't really known for attacking humans, though he's no stranger to abducting children and cattle. I really don't think an ordinary girl like you is in any position to try to meet with him. I snorted and held his gaze while I called out to Nya-san. Hey, are people back in the human world usually this familiar with the spirit realms like as this guy? Hard to say, Nyasan said. I spent a lot of time out there, and I didn't really meet all that many people who were so well informed. There were some, of course, but they were usually hobbyists, researchers, authors, and exorcists. Sumie's eyes widened. For all he tried to hide his emotions, he was basically an open book. His eyes revealed everything he tried to hold back. A sly smirk tugged on my lips, and my hand fell to his shoulder with a thump. I leaned in and whispered into his ear. I have no idea what brought you here to the spirit realm, but this is no place for humans. I'm sure it's a bit strange for you to hear this coming from me, but all the same, assuming you are an exorcist, then you must know how dangerous these spirits can be. He remained silent. I'm just trying to do you a favor, and thank you for worrying about me, but you best go home before one of the spirits here decides to chomp your head right off. It was a dire warning, but that really was just how things were in the spirit realm. Though special circumstances allowed me to remain, any other human could hardly hope to survive for long. Sume brushed my hand away and glowered at the ground, a despondent look creasing his face. I already know all that, but I have no home to go back to. It's not like I came here without a reason. I just messed up and got hurt. That's why I can't return. Messed up? What did that mean? And what did it have to do with finding him lying in the street bleeding? I narrowed my eyes at the strange boy. He looked young. Not only that, he was even shorter than me. Probably a high school student. And how did some kid become an exorcist? Wasn't that a job for adults? The one time I'd seen an exorcist was when an old man had come here to try to face off with some spirits. He'd been covered in inexplicable amulets and stones. But Suime was slight and small, hardly intimidating. Maybe he was some kind of exorcist in training? In that case, maybe I could work with him. I chuckled to myself as the plan fell into place. Sume's face tensed while Nyasan grimaced. Oh, no way, she moaned. Nothing good ever happens when you get that look on your face, Kaori. Nyasan battered her front paws against my leg in annoyance. Sorry, Nyasan. There was just no way I could pass up an amazing opportunity like this. Suime was still thoroughly confused as I grabbed his arm. His eyes went wide, but I offered a bright smile. All right, Suime, why don't you come with me, I said. You know, I've been thinking about this for a while now, but I'm sure that if an exorcist actually has a chance to get to know all these spirits, they'll certainly get along, and it'll be a great experience to boot. So it's decided. Whoa, wait a minute, he protested. I don't know where you got that crazy idea, but I'll never befriend a spirit. Seeing is believing, you know? All right, Goblin-kun, take my hand. Now, let's go. I cheerfully dragged them both along in my wake. Think of the people who'll have to clean up after you for once, Nyasan said, sighing heavily, though the sound was quickly lost to the winds. Where are we? Bewilderment and annoyance warred in Suime's tone. We'd headed down a long, dark alley to a dilapidated wooden door. I didn't bother answering Suime before taking out a wet wipe to clean Goblin's hands. The poor guy looked like he wanted to cry when he realized the sugar stars he'd been clutching like precious treasures had melted in his hands. The stars, they melted, he said. It's fine, I have more. Next time, I need to give you a wrapper to keep them in. I wiped away his tears and Pinky promised that I'd get more stars before the next time we met. He brightened instantly. You're always such a goody two-shoes, Kaori, Nya-san teased. Oh, be nice, Nya-san. Sume finally recovered enough from his confusion to interject. Hey, aren't we off to meet the Yamajiji from Oboke? Oboke's in Tokushima Prefecture, you know. Are we going by plane? Train? Huh? You mean public transportation? Out in the human world? No way, not a chance, I said. Who knows when we'll ever get there? And it's already too late at this point. Besides, I don't have that kind of money. At this, he looked even more confused. Then how do you plan to get there? It's obvious, isn't it? I smiled and turned the doorknob of the dilapidated door before us, only to be greeted by a clamorous roar and a warm blast of air. Flames roared on the other side of the door. The moans of the dying whined under the snarls of angry demons and a raging fire. The glimmerflies surrounding me flapped away to escape the heat, though some were drawn to the red glow on the other side. Sume's face drained of color. You can't be serious. I couldn't suppress a grin. Oh, I'm serious, all right. He grabbed my arm. What in the literal hell are you talking about? No way. All right, we're off, I crowed. With that, I dove straight through the door, dragging the pale Suime right along with me. Wah! We began our rapid descent into said literal hell. Suime's screams echoed throughout the chamber, briefly silencing the cries of the burning sinners. I reached out to Goblin as we continued to drop and searched for Nya-san. As I did, something large cushioned our fall. All right, Kaori, let's go, Nya-san said. Yep. That something large was Nya-san herself, now the size of a tiger. We sat on her back as she raced across glowing red magma. Up ahead, a figure stood atop the bridge linking the magma to the infernal lakes of blood. Hey, Kaori, going somewhere? The figure called. As a matter of fact, we are, I called back. Oh, right, the fair. Here's a dumpling. Oh, nice. Thanks. I bet it'd be even easier if you roasted it in the fires over there. Anyway, see ya. Have a safe trip. The red-horned Oni, dressed in a little more than a loincloth, waved happily before heading off to go roast his treat. Nya-san bore us through a hollow in a large tree next to the infernal lake of blood. This teleported us to the human world. We emerged close to Oboke Gorge, located in the Yoshigawa River Valley in Tokushima. I hopped off Nya-san's back to survey our surroundings. The sun had already set, and the cool night air chilled my skin. The sudden temperature change left me covered in goosebumps. The only light came from a waning moon and the star-filled sky. Insects chirped in the foliage. We were far from civilization and therefore light pollution, which allowed us a stunning view of even the faintest stars. Wow. I gaped at the twinkling human sky arid overhead. Though the spirit realm lived in perpetual night, the beauty of this sight was entirely its own. Abruptly, someone grabbed my shoulder. I turned to find a very pale Suime. Are you insane, riding through hell on top of a cat like that? How does that seem like a good idea to you? Huh? I blinked. I mean, that's what it's always like when Shinonome-san and I go out. The spirit realm wasn't merely the domain of spirits, it was also the land of the dead. Finding a door that led to the bowels of hell was hardly unusual. These doors connected to locations throughout Japan and didn't obey the laws of space-time, making them incredibly convenient for traveling just about anywhere. Suime dragged a hand through his white hair and mumbled under his breath. Then you and that Shinonome-san are weirder than I thought. A lot what with riding on a cat and all. And come on, you just tossed a dumpling to that Oni like it was nothing? Are you friends? None of this makes any sense. Was Suime just tired from his ordeal? Where was this coming from? A pulled a water bottle out of my bag and passed it to him. He practically yanked it out of my hand and gulped down the contents. That seemed to help at least. Maybe everything we just seen was a bit much for a normal human. I patted him on the back, feeling a tad guilty. He had just suffered that serious injury after all. Well, you'll just have to get used to it, I guess, I said. I'll pass. Heh. When did you get back? An unfamiliar voice said. A blue-white ball of flame sprang to life from nowhere, rising into the air to bob around us. It quickly grew in intensity despite the lack of any fuel source, and wove around as if it was trying to tease or maybe scare us away. An Domibi? No, that's not right, I muttered. An Onibi occurred when a flame flared up with no apparent source or cause. Some blamed them on Kitsune, but we were in Tokushima, which was more known for its Taniki spirits. In fact, we stood right on the location of the legend known as the Awa Taniki Wars. So maybe it's a Chochinbi? I mused. Those were a kind of Onibi associated with Taniki. Just as the words left my mouth, a little Taniki leapt out of a nearby shrub. The thrill of guessing correctly faded as the spirit whirled and dashed off in the opposite direction, still tail flopping as it bounded off. Goblin took my hand and shouted with glee, "That's my friend, hurry!" He's gonna show us the way? Well, that's convenient. Finding Yamajiji's ramshackle hut at night would have proved a real hassle, so I was glad to have a guide. Besides, there was something so quaint about walking along through the twilight as the Taniki's little butt swayed back and forth in front of us. My mood lifted as we followed the little spirit. Then someone tugged on my arm, forcing us to stop. I glared over at Sumie. "What's your problem?" I snapped. You gotta be a real special kind of idiot to follow a Taniki into the mountain," he said. "That's gotta be something else in disguise." Sumie's face still hadn't regained much color. I squinted after the Taniki, not yet convinced I needed to worry. "What makes you so sure?" I asked. "And even if it were something in disguise, what's wrong with that? There's nothing to be scared of." He clenched his fist, annoyance tightening his face. Nyasan patted up and rubbed against my legs, fixing Sumie with a harsh look. Kaori's always been like this, so the sooner you give up the better. Besides, as long as I'm here, there's nothing to worry about. You saw me back there, didn't you? Don't write me off as some ordinary house cat, okay? Sumie frowned. "Yeah, but..." "Gah, you're a real stubborn one, aren't you?" Nyasan sighed. Then she grew right before our eyes, her bones creaking as they and her connective tissues expanded. In a matter of moments, the small black cat transformed into a massive fanged beast. She snarled and snapped at Sumie. "You think I'm gonna let a little Taniki get the best of me?" A deep crimson flame flickered out of Nyasan's mouth as she spoke. I sat back to enjoy the show. Nyasan and I had spent a long time together, after all, and I knew she was just messing with Sumie. If she were really angry, he wouldn't even be standing anymore. It seemed her display did the trick. Sumie wiped the sweat from his brow and apologized. A wagging tail. Oops. Sorry. You know, let me go refill my water here real quick. I will be right back. Give me about like a minute. I'm not going to switch to a standby screen. I'll be right back. Okay, I have returned. A wagging tail led us along the animal trail through the forest. Darkness closed in as we ventured even farther from human civilization. Thankfully, the Tanuki's chochinbi, a sort of onibi, lit our way. Insects chirped at us as we disturbed the night, but we pushed on. I turned to check on Suime, but he was keeping up. He must have had some practice hiking. It made sense. Exorcists probably wound up chasing spirits up into the mountain all the time. We continued like that for about 15 minutes before the gurgle of flowing water broke the quiet. Yoshinagawa River, we're close, Goblin cried. He was right. We had only to trudge on for a few more minutes before we hit the Aboke Gorge. Starlight glistened off the river valley's metamorphic rock. We hopped onto Nyasan's back so she could carry us into the valley below. The river lay dark right now, but I could imagine it gleaming in the sunlight, filled with tour boats and canoes. Tonight, it contained only the watery reflection of the moon and a few pinpricks of light from the stars. It's right beyond that gash in the rock. Let's go, Goblin urged. Watch your step, I said. He yawned. You know, I'm feeling really sleepy. Hey, don't leave me here, Suime yelled as we slid off Nyasan and headed for the gap Goblin had indicated. Hey, Yamajiji, you here? I called. We stepped through the gash and into a damp cave. Animal bones clattered beneath my feet, turning the floor treacherous. Water dripped somewhere in the distance, echoing in the dark cave. As we pushed deeper, a presence hung in the air, heavy and oppressive. What is it? Suime whispered. Shh, I hissed. I grabbed Suime to halt him and strained to see through the darkness ahead. Off in the inky blackness, just out of the range of the Chochibi's glow, I could make out something, or perhaps someone. Yamajiji, I said, voice trembling. Something lunged right at us. Watch out, I cried. Ah! Suime grabbed my hand and yanked me backwards toward the wall and out of the way just as a loud crash clamored around us. I shivered as I peered down the gash torn in the floor, as though someone had scooped out the stone like ice cream. I followed the gash and made out a humanoid silhouette instead. Crunch, crunch, patooey. The figure chewed on the stones I'd just scooped up before spitting them out. Ever so slowly, it turned to face us, finally exposing its features to the flickering light of the Chochinbi. The creature before us was completely bizarre. It only stood about 100 centimeters, but dark gray fur covered its entire body, like some fuzzy little animal. That only made its eyes creepier. They were off-kilter, one so small you might miss it, and the other so large that it took up most of its face. Those strange bloodshot eyes darted around before its lips stretched over its fangs in something like a smile. Oh, Yamajiji, it's been a while. I see you're doing well, Goblin said. Nyasan responded first, growing in size again before diving at Yamajiji. I knew she was trying to keep me out of harm's way, but she put herself at risk in that process. I called out to Suime. Hey, you're an exorcist, aren't you? Can't you do something about him? Oh, right. Suime dug in the pouch hanging from his waist and pulled out a glass bottle filled with some kind of hard white substance. He grabbed the stopper but hesitated before actually pulling it out. Then he returned the bottle to his pouch with a sigh. I can't freely use my abilities right now. Wait, what? It's complicated. Right, great, I see. So much for that. I hunched down, rummaging through my backpack for my bag of medicine. "You're not gonna mock me for being so useless?" Sume asked. "Huh? What was this all about? Why would I do that?" Though his face revealed as little as ever, I could tell he was deep in thought. I squinted, trying to puzzle out what he meant. "Do you want me to talk down to you since you couldn't help?" I asked. "You're definitely a weird one. In that case, I should be mad at me too. Unlike the other beings in the spirit realm, I don't have any sort of special abilities to rely on." "Really?" he said. "Yep. As you can see, I'm just a normal human, but I still have a few tricks up my sleeve." I pressed the item I'd pulled from my bag into Sume's hand and smiled. "This will solve all our problems. Now, go for it." "Hey, wait a second." We weren't going to get many shots at this. Yasan had Yamajiji pinned down, so this was our best chance. I stepped cautiously forward. "Stop jerking around and tell me what's going on here," Yamajiji howled. "No one's jerking you around," Yasan said. I stepped up next to Yamajiji and pulled out a razor and a wet compress. "The compress will help for lower back pain, okay?" While Yasan held Yamajiji in place, I chopped away the fur on his lower back and pressed the wet compress to his exposed flesh. "Ooh-ah!" he wailed, his voice echoing through the chamber. He writhed, limbs flashing out, those strange eyes rolling. You see, that compress was a special one just for spirits. Whatever it was doing, it was quite effective. I searched for Suime, who looked even paler than when I'd first jumped into hell. "Hurry up and put it on," I urged. "Can't you see he's in pain?" "Aren't you the one who hurt him?" he said. He dabbed at his heel like he was trying to fight off his he dabbed at his head like he was trying to fight off a headache. "I didn't hurt him at all." "Wait, so he's thrashing around like that because his back hurts?" Suime said. "That's right. He throws his back out like this sometimes. Unlike humans, who are usually able to cope with injuries like that, spirits tend to go a little wild. It's kind of weird, I know." While we spoke, I slapped the other compress on, resulting in a whimper from Yamajiji before he began to convulse. The poor spirit was clearly in pain. I'd need to spread this out a bit. "Hey, I'm really sorry about this, Yamajiji, but I'm gonna have to shave away some more fur," I said. "Just hang in there, okay?" "No." "Yeah," he groaned. I shaved away patches of fur at random and slapped on more compresses, each application resulting in another cry and more convulsions. Soon, compresses almost entirely covered Yamajiji's lower back, but he was finally returning to normal. I breathed out a sigh of relief. Wow, that was pretty crazy. Yamajiji gingerly sat up, glaring in my direction. Nevertheless, his pain must have eased, because his eyes weren't nearly so bloodshot and he could evidently think clearly again. He sniffed at the compresses on his back while I poured him a glass of alcohol. "I'm glad you're back to normal," I said. "The back pain was bad for sure, but having you slap those down on me like that was pretty awful," Yamajiji mumbled. He noisily sucked down the drink I offered, then gaped at the empty cup. "Huh?" I frowned. "But Shinonome-san said to always slap on the compress as hard as you can." "Mind if I take a bite out of your old man for that?" He snorted. "Just a nibble." "Not at all. He's all yours." Yamajiji's bite strength was so powerful that he could probably crush the head of a wild boar. I didn't think Shinonome-san would let himself get gnawed on so easily, but it would be fun to at least watch the old man have to run around to escape Yamajiji's ire. I giggled at the mental image as I refilled Yamajiji's cup. Sume watched on silently. He didn't look the least bit relaxed, still eyeing Yamajiji warily. "Come on over, Sume," I said. "It's okay now." "No thanks." I smiled wryly at his stubbornness. I suppose it only made sense that someone who made a living by exercising spirits wouldn't trust them so easily. Yamajiji downed his second cup in a single gulp. "Hey, what brings you here anyway?" he asked. "You didn't come all the way here just to fix my back, did you?" "Oh, that's right," I clapped my hands. "Goblin-kun wanted you to read him a book." "Huh?" Yamajiji and I searched for Goblin and found him shyly peeking out from behind a rock. "Hey, Goblin-kun," I called. "Eek," he squeaked. Despite my efforts to wave him over, Goblin only stood there trembling, hugging his Tanuki companion close to his chest. It seemed he'd never really seen Yamajiji really lose it like that. In general, Yamajiji were benign, so the sudden change must have been quite alarming. Nyasan wasn't taking no for an answer, though. She hefted Goblin up by the scruff of his neck and carried him over. "Stop playing games and get out here." Nyasan dumped Goblin unceremoniously in front of Yamajiji. Goblin shuddered and shook, clutching his Tanuki, who now scrambled to escape. Yamajiji reached out and affectionately mussed the trembling kid's hair. "So you wanted me to read you a book, huh?" he said. Are you okay now?" Goblin asked. "You're back to normal? You're not gonna gobble me up, right, Yamajiji?" "Of course not. Now give me that book." Yamajiji took the book in his oversized hands and squinted. "It's way too dark to read over here, but I got a nice place a little deeper in. Follow me." Yamajiji took Goblin's hand and led him deeper into the cave, to a place where a hole in the ceiling allowed the light of the moon to filter in. Compared to the rest of the cave, it almost looked like a stage illuminated by a spotlight. Yamajiji and Goblin settled down with the book, Goblin's fears apparently allayed. "Long, long ago," Yamajiji read. The Yamajiji were known for their loud voices. According to some, they could cause all sorts of natural disasters just by belting one out. Though this Yamajiji was certainly quite loud, his voice didn't strike me as all that menacing as he read. In fact, there was something quite soothing about the way his words reverberated through the rocky cave. A light scratchiness added age to the smooth notes of his voice. "The round yellow moon," he went on. I closed my eyes and sank into the story. His unique Awa accent made his voice rich, like syrup pouring into my ears and spreading warmth throughout my whole body. Before I knew it, Suime sat next to me, watching the spirits in front of us. "Thanks," I whispered, hoping not to interrupt the reading. "What for?" he asked, eyes narrowing in suspicion. "The compress. I appreciated your help." "I don't recall doing anything particularly helpful." Well, you're at least there with me. Last I checked, you dragged me after you." Suime's scowl deepened as we spoke. He seemed determined to disagree no matter what I said. I chuckled and shook my head. "What a weird guy." It had to be tough living life that way, being so stubborn and yet set in your ways. Well, at least he was straightforward. "You're an interesting one, you know that?" I said. "Where'd that come from all of a sudden?" Suime snorted and turned his head away. I couldn't help but chuckle in spite of myself. He was way too easy to tease. "I'm glad Goblin-kun got to read his book," I said, focusing on the storytelling instead. Suime remained silent and stayed straight ahead. "You know, you seem to be in a pretty bad mood. What's wrong?" I asked. "Bad mood? Me? No way." "Well, you certainly don't seem to be in a good mood." Suime's shoulders slumped as he watched the two figures reading under the light of the moon. "I'm an exorcist," he said eventually. "In fact, I'm the heir to a long line of exorcists. My body might be battered and beaten right now, but up until a short time ago, I'd taken on my fair share of jobs and exorcised a bunch of spirits. Huh, who'd have thunk it? Has anyone ever told you that you never know when to stay quiet? Sume sighed. Anyway, like I said, I'm an exorcist. And exorcists need spirits to make a living. Spirits exist to be exorcised. They should be loathed and exterminated by humans. That's what I was taught and believed. But was it all true? Here they are, just focusing on reading a book. Even while humans are so close by. How can you hate that? They're completely absorbed in the story. A story written by humans, no less. I just don't know what to think. Sume averted his eyes, lost in his own thoughts. I examined him, inspecting his face, searching for something in that blank void. Then I poked his cheek with a finger. What now? He muttered. Your cheeks are so soft, I observed. If only you'd let the rest of your face soften up like that too. I grinned as I pinched one of his cheeks, tugging at the pliable flesh. Sume struggled to pull away, but I refused to let go. They live in the same country, share the same language, and even live in the same age as we do, I said. Why would you think they wouldn't love the same stories as we do? Suime stopped struggling and went quiet. I continued to prod his cheeks as I spoke. I mean, granted, human and spirits have different moral persuasions, to say nothing of their bodies, appearances, and upbringings. But we all live in the same place, don't we? We all see the same things. So of course these stories appeal to all of us. These fanciful tales written by humans contain the power to entice people and spirits just the same. I let go of his cheeks to gaze into his brown eyes. Sure, there are some spirits out there who attack humans, I said. That's why we need the power of the exorcists. But I don't want you to lump all spirits together in the same category. There are plenty of spirits like these here. In fact, I hope that someday, humans and spirits can come together and learn to be friends. Sume just shook his head. That seems unlikely. Most humans don't even take kindly to other humans different from themselves. You're right there, I admitted. I didn't harbor any fantastical dreams of a world where spirits and humans lived together in perfect harmony. All I really hoped for was peace and friendship inside my little bubble. Alas, even that seemed like a pipe dream at the moment. It just really wouldn't work out, would it, huh? I sighed. Pretty much, Sumi said. I sighed again and focused on Goblin and Yamajiji to banish my bleak thoughts. The bright moonlight shining through the roof enveloped them in a soft glow. Now that I looked a little closer, I noticed that other spirits had joined us, though many seemed to be Taniki, thanks to location. Everyone stood completely still as they listened intently to Yamajiji. For this moment at least, the rift between the humans who'd written the story and the spirits reading it evaporated in the simple pleasure of enjoying the tale. Hey, Kaori, Suime said. Yes? He spoke softly, chewing over each word. What are you? Human? Spirit? I responded without a moment's hesitation. After all, I'd spent years wondering the same myself. Just going by my body alone? Definitely human. But my heart? I think my heart might be with spirits. Or humans? I really don't know. It's kind of strange, isn't it? It's like I exist in some kind of middle ground, belonging to neither one side nor the other. It almost felt like an introduction, though, now that I thought about it, I'd never properly introduced myself to Suime. I wiped my hand off on my clothes and extended it to him. I'm Muramoto Kaori, I said. I realize I can come off as a bit impulsive sometimes, but I'm pleased to meet you all the same. Suime showed only a moment's hesitation before gripping my hand in his own. Pleased to meet you. I'm Shirai Suime. I may be clumsy, but I'm an exorcist who prides himself on being able to see through spirits' tricks. Or, should I say, an ex-exorcist. My family's closed up shop. I wanted to tease him, but he looked a bit torn up about it. It was just so hard to keep from trading verbal barbs with him, even in a situation like this. I reclined against the cool rock wall to continue listening to Yamajiji. As he read, the hero of the story tripped over a rock and tumbled head over heels, landing right in a pile of manure. Everyone listening broke out into a fit of laughter, myself included. Suime, however, simply remained looking perplexed. I closed my eyes, drifting into a contented half-doze. The peace afforded by sharing the story wrapped around me like a warm blanket. Why, you impertinent little... Did you ever bother to think how a parent would feel coming home to find their daughter and an injured boy missing? I'm sorry. Suime and I sat side by side across from Shinonome-san, whose face burned red with anger. He puffed away at his pipe and tapped his foot incessantly, as though the irritation simply couldn't be contained in his body. Meanwhile, Suime and I had our heads bowed and our legs folded neatly under us. Nya-san, realizing things that were going to get ugly, quietly slipped upstairs. Traitor. Goblin-kun came in here in tears, saying that Yamajiji from Oboke threw out his back again, I said. But I'm sorry I didn't think to leave a note for you. I'll be sure to do that next time. My adoptive father's face tightened. Still, after only another moment of glaring, the rage gave way to weary acceptance. Yamajiji, huh? Poor guy. Well, I guess it is what it is. I giggled and threw my arms around him. Aw, you're a real softy. I knew you wouldn't stay mad. Hey, no hugs. You're so hot. And heavy, too. Whoa, heavy? You didn't need to go there. So, about me, Suime spoke up. What about you? Asked Shinonome-san. You're still here, huh? Well, you look fine, so you ought to be going home. After checking that Suime's bleeding had stopped, Shinonome-san gestured toward the exit with his chin. Suime looked pleadingly at me before turning back to Shinonome-san and bowing his head. I know it's rather sudden, but could I stay here for a while longer? He asked. What? Shinonome-san blinked. There's something I need to do here, Suime asked. Would you please consider it? Shinonome-san scowled at the sudden request. He leaned in close to Suime, staring straight into his eyes. Then he snorted with laughter. Unfortunately for you, kid, your chest is flatter than a washing board, and you've got a butt to go along with it. So I'm gonna have to say, no. Suime and I were both completely taken aback by this response. Is that really how you make your decision? Suime muttered. I gasped. Whoa, wait a sec. So you're saying he'd be in if he had a huge rack and our big butt? Shinonome-san backed up ever so slightly. No, that was a joke, you see. A joke. Shinonome-san attempted to backpedal, but I wasn't about to let him talk his way out of this one. I crossed my arms and fixed Shinonome-san with a steely glare as sweat beaded on his forehead. You're awful, I said. No, you've got it all wrong, he protested. It was a joke. Okay, so I shouldn't make such off-color jokes in front of my daughter, but hey, you're a man. Back me up here. I mean, I don't really know what to say, Sumi said. Knowing it was a joke did nothing to ease the bad taste in my mouth. I half closed my eyes and sniffed as I stepped behind Suime. Shinonome-san slumped. Suime just pulled out his wallet and tossed something onto the tatami flooring. Shinonome-san and I froze at the sight. Listen, I'm not asking you to just let me laze around your house, Suime said. I have no intention of staying here for free. Fukuzawa Yukichi's face looked blankly back up at us, the man drawn on a 10,000 yen bill. And he wasn't alone. He sat atop a whole stack of identical ones. Sume pushed the stack of money towards Shinonome-san. I'm looking for a particular spirit, he said. So it'd be easier for me if I could just work from here. I know that humans stand out, but I figure with Kaori also living in the same house, well... Hey, are you listening? Shinonome-san, I said. What Kaori? Shinonome-san and I gawked at the bills. I couldn't have opened my eyes any wider even if I tried. Sume observed us placidly. Are these real? Shinonome-san muttered. Maybe there's some kind of play money, I murmured back. Huh, that makes sense. Just for play, I guess. Our excitement ramped up as we inspected the bills. The closer we looked, the more it became apparent that these were real. I glanced back at Suime and broke out into a fit of laughter. These are pretty good fakes. What's with you guys? Suime asked, frowning. You're pretty eager just to write these off as counterfeits. He seemed so insistent that these weren't some sort of joke, but that couldn't possibly be. Were these really, really real? I jerked my head back up and grabbed both of Suime's hands in my own. You mean that you'll give this to us if we let you stay here? Of course, he said. I mean, your expenses and everything are going to increase with another person living with you, right? That's right. Of course they are. It'll be a real hassle, you know, having another person around. Suime offered a quick nod. In that case, I'll pay the same amount every month. You can think of it as rent. Every month? I gasped. Correct. Shinonome-san shouted as he finished counting the bills. Hey, Kaori! There's 200,000 here! I can't believe it! 200,000! I swallowed hard and looked Suime right in the eyes. Are you sure about this? It's fine by me, he insisted. My whole body shook as I faced Shinonome-san. He wore a broad grin as he gave me the thumbs up. I nodded and turned back towards Suime, a newfound excitement fluttering in my chest. Welcome to the haunted bookstore, I declared. It's old, run down, and a bit cramped, but please make yourself at home. Hey, no need to talk about a man's castle, you know, Shinonome-san protested. I mean, it's true. Try opening your eyes for once, old man, I sniffed. Why? I don't even know what to say to you. Shinonome-san jabbed a finger at me. This has nothing to do with the state of the house. Anyway, let's put that aside. I want meat. Go buy the best, high-quality meat you can find. Something with some nice, delicious fat that'll melt away under the slightest touch. Whoa, hang on. We need to watch our spending, you know. But I guess we can do it just this once and send one of these bills off to a new home. I'll be back. I leapt up, waving as I threw open the sliding door connecting home and shop, and slipped on some sandals. Hey, wait, Sume called. I paused at his desperate tone. Face taut, Sume reached out to me as though seeking help. Don't leave me here alone with the old man. Shinonome-san laughed. What are you talking about? We're going to be sharing everything from now on, aren't we? Let's sit around and talk like men. The scowl on Sume's face spoke louder than any words he could have chosen. No way, quit it. Stay away from me. I'm totally out. Hey, don't be shy. Back me up, Kaori, Shinonome-san commanded. I shook my head, chuckling at the playful exchange, and made my escape. The moment I stepped outside, glimmerflies descended around me, illuminating the spirit world as they batted around my shoulders. I didn't get far before a harried voice cried out to me. Hang in there till I get back, Sume, I called back. Don't let the old man get the best of you. You can't be serious, he cried. See you. With that, I skipped away into the town of eternal darkness. So, that was the prologue in Chapter 1 of The Haunted Bookstore, Gateway to a Parallel Universe, Volume 1. What did you guys think? Hope you guys enjoyed the stories that we covered today. That said, it's been about 4 hours. It's been actually over 4 hours, so I am going to go ahead and call it here. As you can kind of hear, my voice is kind of going a little out, but I hope you guys enjoyed story time tonight, the 2 stories that we covered. I am going to try to be back on Saturday. I'm not sure what my schedule's going to look like, but I'm going to try to be back and I'll probably play some games. And then again, I'm trying to get back to my normal schedule, Tuesday, Thursday, Saturdays. I'm not sure if I'm going to be around Tuesday, but I'll definitely be back next Thursday for another story time or other reading or something else for that matter. Guess we'll just kind of see how this goes. Depends. I'm trying to ease my voice back into it, but as you can see, it kind of seems to get fried a little bit, so probably I'm thinking 3 hours is going to wind up being my limit. I pushed it a little bit with the 4, trying to get 2 chapters in of Haunted Bookstore, but I had a lot of fun reading with you guys, and I hope you guys enjoyed hanging out and chilling. What a nice cozy vibe here. But that said, I'm going to go ahead and cut it out and call it a night. I hope you guys have a great rest of your night. Those of you who are still conscious and not asleep all up in the background in the rafters and everything. So, you guys have a great night. And I will be seeing and talking to you guys again real soon. Thanks so much for hanging out with me tonight. So until next time, stay chill.